The show starts in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
The following content contains adult language and humor that is not suitable for viewers under the age of 18. Viewer discretion is strongly advised. The views and opinions expressed during the following video content are those of the individual and may not reflect those of others.
Well, this right here is the new world order of live streaming, brother. And I'm going to need everybody to join us over at Kosmi to watch episodes 3 and 4 of Hulk Hogan, Real American, with the bad guy, Baron Oran Tagge, whenever he gets here, Big Money Cash, and of course me, Hollywood 414.
Yo.
So how you doing, brother?
Yeah. On the way here, I stole some candy from a baby. It is sweeter. Candy is sweeter when it's stolen from kids.
Because you know what it is? They're a big bad guy. When you're part of the NWO, everything's just too sweet.
All along, I thought this was the pop talk. Or
NWO pop talk, brother.
there we go. Yeah. And of course, I made sure I whistle called every feminist out there on the way here. The bluer the hair, the louder the whistle.
Yes, tonight, ladies and gentlemen, we invite you to join us over in Kosmi during this live stream while we're watching the documentary episodes 3 and 4 of Hulk Hogan, Real American. And of course, thank you for indulging us with our little NWO skit of Hollywood 414 and the bad guy, Baron Oran Tagge.
Yo, that's right.
You know, it's like I was telling you backstage, Baron. I'm really curious to find out what's going to be said in episodes 3 and 4 of this documentary, especially when they cover, and I hope they cover the period of time about the steroid scandal that was going on in court and Hogan's involvement in his testimonial
in court against Vince McMahon, and then of course, Hogan joining Ted Turner, who we found out passed away, but Ted Turner's WCW.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. And I think we had a foretaste of the feast to come with when they did kind of touch it a little bit in one of the earlier episodes with the steroids. So I'm sure they're not going to shy away from that. And, again, you got, and one of these, you got to look at the good, the bad, and the ugly. I think this has been a very fair documentary so far, and I'm impressed by that, especially being at Netflix.
So far, it has, but I'm surprised by some of the comments, especially from Bret Hart and Jesse Ventura, the two most vocal wrestlers out there who really don't like Hulk Hogan.
No. But age sometimes mellows you too a little bit. And if they had something to say, I mean, let them say it. Just don't be obnoxious about it, because you want to hear from all sides.
Yeah, you do want to hear from all sides, but it's also going to be interesting to find out when we start watching the documentary if they're even going to talk about WrestleMania 9, where Hogan won the tag team titles with Brutus the Barber Beefcake, and then in the main event between Bret Hart and Yokozuna, Bret Hart ends up losing that match to Yokozuna. Yokozuna has the championship, and then Hogan comes out and becomes the new champion. So it's going to be interesting how they talk about that, if they even talk about that. I know we're all going to have to just wait until we get to that part.
Yeah.
And yeah, watching the first two episodes of this documentary, things that I remember from my childhood, watching some of these matches, it's like, yeah, this is my childhood right here.
Mm-hmm.
Rock and roll wrestling era.
When things were, sorry, I just took a look at a local story here because I still do that. And, kind of a shocking bit of news for me, but because it's local.
Understood. If it's something you
I'll just
want to share, it's fine. It's fine.
Well, there's a liquor store that's in a city called Excelsior, which is right off the lake. And it looks like it burned down overnight. So it's like, wow.
Oh, damn.
I've never been in it, but I've been by it. So many times.
One of those places, as you just said, you've been by it many times. You know of it because of how long it's been there, the history that it has in the area.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's shocking news to find out that it burned to the ground.
Yeah. And, surprise or shock or whatever. Yeah. So it's like, oh, okay. Wow. It's a shame. It's just, yeah, I sometimes gotta quit looking at the news, especially when we're doing a show that has a watch party.
Well, yeah, I still do it during the show too, just in case there's a late breaking story that we catch in time. There have been some where we've just gone off stream and then a story pops up. It's like, it only popped up a few minutes earlier.
Yep. Exactly.
But as you can see with the ticker at the bottom, if you would like to watch episodes 3 and 4 of the Hulk Hogan documentary with us right now, please click on that Kosmi link that's pinned to the bottom of the chat on YouTube and the top of the chat on Blaze and Rumble. Of course, I want to say hello to everybody on YouTube, Blaze and Rumble. I hope you're all ready to enjoy the rest of this documentary, as I'm going to go ahead and hit play right now.
Rock and roll. The Jin's not here because he's a coward. He's afraid. He's afraid that I will take him down. You know that the Cash Money does not. That he fears me. He fears me. And I challenge him to step into this ring right here, right now, and we'll settle it all for once. It can be epic, but he's the one that suppresses the epic. He's down there right now, probably in Fullerton, California, his usual hangout place. And I can tell you what, he's probably getting into trouble. Lots of trouble. You know he's in trouble. This is the sound that you hear when he enters into the city limits. That's right. That's right. The moment he walks in, they're ready for him. He likes to pass himself off as a good guy, but he's not. He mirrored me, driving around with a truck that has written on the side, strangers have the best candy. I want to take him down once and for all. And he doesn't show up. Scared of his own scrawny pencil neck geek shadow. The only thing that's prominent is the chin. But what can a chin do against a man like me? Nothing. Because not only am I the bad guy, I'm the bulky 24-pack ab wrestler that can take him down in a heartbeat. I have more talent in my little pinky finger here. This sausage-looking pinky finger that presses 2 keys at one time on a keyboard. More talent in there than he has all over that scrawny little body. Are you almost ready? I can only do this so long.
I was wondering how long you're going to keep that up.
No, I was waiting for you. I mean, it seemed like you were taking care of some stuff. So
No, I'm watching the documentary.
Oh, it's going? Oh,
Yes.
we tried it then. Oh, it was spinning wheel. There you go. Okay. All along, I'm the problem. Nothing new.
Here, I'll pause it.
That's okay. I'm fine.
Let me know when you got a picture.
I got a picture. I've had it.
All right.
I saw him walking in. There was no room for him. The Hulkster. Mm-hmm. Children's chewable steroids? No, I'm kidding.
Well,
Mm-hmm. Yep. On Carson. Mm-hmm.
but that was part of his gimmick.
Yep. Nah. Mm-hmm. Bum, bum, bum.
Yep, they're talking about the steroid scandal in the trial.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
Well, that's because you were the face of the company, Hulk.
Yep.
Peter Jennings.
I mean, that's kind of the thing. It was legal for so long. They made
Mhm.
it illegal. It's hard to make someone stop right there.
Yep. You
I
can't
mean,
stop cold turkey if you've been doing it for so long.
yeah. That's the one thing about Arsenio. He didn't hide. He didn't sit behind the desk.
But it's nice to hear in his own words that he admits the line.
Mhm. Mhm.
He's got to keep up the look. That's why he kept doing it.
Mhm. Well, we know McMahon was kind of
Well,
encouraged.
McMahon was using them himself.
Yep.
Nowadays, people would be like, "Oh my god, he's retiring."
Mm. Ooh. He needed Tyrus to help with that.
The best there is, the best there was, the best there ever will be. Bret the Hitman Hart.
Mhm.
I liked him because he was a good technical wrestler.
Mm. Ooh, ladies like him. Yeah, you don't want to try to copy.
No,
Well,
Yes, that actually did happen.
no, in just whatever you want to say about McMahon, he was a good showman.
Yeah, it was. Again, like I said in Sunday's watch party, the man's not without controversy,
Yeah,
but he had a larger than life persona that drew people to the arenas, drew
yeah.
people to the shows. You can't deny that.
Hmm. I mean, now we know a lot of the stuff behind the scene with McMahon, but you know, honestly, I was always impressed with his ability to be out
Mhm.
there hyping people up, and of course, then you have, of course, Hulk and the others.
Yeah.
Mhm.
No, I don't agree with him there. I think it
No.
was his ego getting in the way, and he knew what he and Vince had planned. And that's Bret Hart.
Hmm. Hmm. Little bitterness there.
Yeah. Well, do you blame him? I mean,
No.
Bret Hart was there while Hogan was away, and fans that
Hmm.
gravitated toward him. That's the pot called in the kettle black when Triple H was a one-trick pony himself.
True.
And because he was married to the boss's daughter, he got some favors.
Mm-hmm.
And those favors being championships.
Ooh, good music. Talk about pots and kettles.
Hey, yeah. They both had egos.
Yeah.
Both Vince and Hogan had egos. They both felt that the business wouldn't be where it is without the other.
Mm-hmm.
But in that same vein, they also felt that they were the business.
True. I believe it. Oh no. Ooh. Mm.
But it was time to move on back then, and they were ready to
Yep.
move on.
Mm. That's what I do.
Sit in the chair, eat your peanut butter sandwiches, watch your TV, then you'll be a real Baron Oran Tagge, brother.
I remember those commercials.
Yeah, I do
Absolutely.
too.
Hey.
Hey, Christopher Lowe. Great Scott.
Mhm.
Hey, Helen, how you doing?
Mm.
The Cosmi link's pinned to the top of the chat on Rumble if you want to watch episode 3 and 4 of Hulk Hogan, Real American. Well, it's the Hulk Hogan documentary.
Mm-hmm. That's not my cat.
Yeah, he was in Gremlins too, as well.
Mhm.
Look at the laptop, man.
Yeah, I know.
Ah, Teleon's modding the
Mhm.
game right now.
Mhm. Mhm.
Yeah, well, we just lost Matthew Boyd for the season. He suffered a meniscus injury while playing with his kids this morning. But I mean, you guys still have 26 wins. You're still first in the NL East.
Aw, poop.
See, honestly, I'm looking at it this way. It's nice that Linda made these home videos so that she
Mhm.
can look back on them, Nick can look back on them, and Brooke can look back on them. And
Mhm. And in some ways, us, because she's
yeah,
sharing some of them. I'm glad they got Christopher Lloyd.
yeah, me too.
Mhm.
Regis.
Ages.
But again, like I said on Sundays, watch party as we watched episode 1 and 2. Regis was a big
Mhm.
wrestling fan.
Yeah, and he was larger than life himself.
Hmm. Yeah, his wife Joy's next to him in this episode of Regis and Kathy Lee.
Ooh. Mhm. Mhm.
Yes, Baron, this actually did happen.
I believe it.
They had RoboCop.
That's not a good
Yeah,
way of looking at it.
and really, he's not wrong. Yeah, the workaholic.
Well, he knew what he was good at. Yes, he did make a deal with Vince that he would never wrestle against Vince.
Mhm. Already. Oh,
Mm-hmm.
mhm. A Viper.
Yeah, they were popular at
I
that
know.
time.
V10.
I mean, think about it. At this time, Hulk Hogan's gone from WWF. Mean Gene's gone from WWF. Bobby the Brain Heenan's gone from WWF. Soon, Macho Man Randy Savage will be gone from WWF.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's good to see the Wolfomaniac, dude. And also, we got Fat Steven here, brother.
Ooh, look at that. 10.
And Fat Steven
Wow.
has gifted 10 Pacific414 memberships, dude.
Wow.
Holy cow, brother.
Thank you.
Holy cow, holy cow, holy cow. Steven, thank you, brother. You didn't have to do that, man. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Shane, good to see you, brother. And
He's the nicest cranky guy I know.
Maxine of Arc, good to see you. Let's see, who did those memberships go to as I catch up here? All right. Gonna be playing a lot of membership videos here, folks.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of them. I mean, I only got 4, but I'll do it this way.
I have come here to chew bubblegum and kick ass. And I'm all out of bubblegum.
You have the ring. And I see your Schwartz is as big as mine. Now let's see how well you handle it.
Glory to you and your house.
wretched slugs. Don't any of you have the guts to play for blood?
I'm your huckleberry. That's just my game.
And those Pacific414 memberships went to Rocco the Brave. And I see that Rocco has popped into the chat. And he says, hey, guys, came to thank you for the membership. And also to ask, can I get a refund? I really need the cash right now. Welcome, Rocco the Brave. Good to see you, Rocco. And Penny also got a membership. The membership also went to It's Puddle Jumper. Also, we have Copa Ex Machina got a membership. And Kevin Mann got a membership. And Mason Avery has received a membership from Fat Steven. Real Horror has received a membership. And Brandon Glass has received a membership. The Sip Track, good to see you. Again, Rocco, good to see you. Maxine says, we came to give likes. Well, I appreciate that. And everybody, thank you.
And we like you too.
And if you want to stick around and watch the Hulk Hogan documentary, we're watching episodes 3 and 4 of the documentary. You're more than welcome to. If you have other things to do, I understand. But thank you for stopping in and leaving likes.
Okay, take care, Penny. Good to see you again. Fat Steven is the Giga Chad Canadian. You can't get much better than him. I hope.
Steven. The hell, dude? Here I am just scrolling down, going down the list, and you put that in the chat? The hell, man? Conda. Good to see you, Conda. Good to see you, brother. Good to see you, brother. He's a Pacific414 maniac, dude. And here's another Pacific414 maniac, brother. FKHC 2005, also known as Tim Man. And of course, Penny is also thanking Fat Steven for the membership. Thank you. Yeah, Steven, I know you hate hearing this, but you are a good man.
You are. I'll second that.
Have a good service. Good to see you, Penny.
Yeah, you take care. God's blessings to you.
And Rocco the Brave with a $5 super chat says, for being the first to chat with me and Apion back in the day. Hey, it was an honor, brother. It was an honor to be able to talk with you and Apion back in the day. You know, talking with Apion and Pat of Wannabe when we talked about the hill I die on and that happened to be Lost in Space. So it was an honor to be a part of a live stream with you gentlemen, and I hope we get to do it again soon. And Scott Westbrook has become a member of the 414 NWO. Scott, just so you know, now that you're a member for life, brother. I'm just having fun. But
Pacific
thank you very much. And of course, Steven says, I did nothing. Okay. All right. Humble. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I'm on my stream now, brother. You don't come over to the 414 and tell me to shut up, dude. As a matter of fact, if you want to tell me to shut up, dude, you and I could meet one-on-one in the squared circle, dude. Steven, thanks, brother. Can't say it enough, man. Well, you know how YouTube can be there, Scott. And I know you were subscribed, but YouTube likes to purge subscribers. They'll deny it, but they like to purge subscribers.
Yeah.
And that's the problem when you have AI controlling everything.
I'm a member. I'm a member to that. Yeah. I got my special seal club.
Well, you are a channel member. Yeah, Ted Turner bought the NWA and changed its name to WCW. And we'll be talking about Ted Turner after episode 4 of this documentary. But again, everybody, welcome to the channel. And Steven, I know you hate it, but thank you, brother. I can't say it enough. You know, I don't push the memberships. They're always an option. If someone wants to sign up for a membership, that's cool. If they don't, that's fine.
You know, I also feel that.
I also want to acknowledge that Darmouth received a membership.
Woo!
War Dog Chopper was also one of the ones that received a membership. And
you know, I'm thinking with all your praising of Fat Steven, I have to go out there and start insulting him so he feels better.
And Conda says, Steven says he's super gay. But welcome to all the new members. And again, everybody, welcome to Pacific414. We are watching episode 3 right now of the Hulk Hogan Real American documentary. If you want to join us in Kosmi and watch, but like I said before, if you have things to do, I understand. But I hope to see you back around soon if you can't stick around tonight.
Boy, that got wild.
I want to make sure that I acknowledge everybody. It's very important to me to make sure that I acknowledge everybody.
Not complain. It's just like how apropos, it got wild as we're talking about wrestling.
That's all right. I was still listening in one ear and it's still real to me, damn it.
So is Santa Claus.
Yeah, he did.
I mean, the fact that they got Mean Gene to go over there, that's great.
Mm-hmm. Well, again, like I had said, the WWF basically let Bobby the Brain Heenan go. They let Mean Gene Okerlund go. They wanted Macho Man Randy Savage to just stick to commentating. And Macho Man Randy Savage still felt he could, work in the ring.
Mm-hmm.
So they went to WCW, and things just started going WCW's way, especially when Hulk Hogan turned heel and the formation of the NWO. But you notice the difference in Hulk Hogan's physique from when he took steroids to when he went off of steroids.
The heel.
Mm-hmm.
Her leggings. I like that.
But this started the resurgence of wrestling and its popularity.
Yeah.
Booker
Ooh.
T, 5-time WCW champion.
Man.
Again, it was the talk of the wrestling business, the New World Order. You know, you tuned in every Monday to see what would happen. You know what? He left them all the way to the bank. Yeah, he did.
Yep. Well, he also having
80,
the
83,
competition.
83 weeks. WCW Nitro was number one.
Yeah. People love a good heel.
Yeah. A lot of times the heels are more fun to root for than the baby faces.
Yep.
I bet it was. Well, that could also be a part of him being out on the road constantly and
Yeah,
traveling from one city to the next.
it drags.
Dennis Rodman.
Mhm. Yep, true.
No, it catches up to us.
Mhm. Mhm.
Wow. So to go from 84, January of 84 to 99 on a blown knee.
Yeah. Mhm.
I mean, that's what, fans would, of course, put it on their signs, Hogan for president, but
Mhm. Mhm. Mhm.
yep, it was. Money is always the name of the game. It's
Yeah.
how WCW was able to stay in business for as long as they were before WWE started making more money than them, and especially the ratings. The more people you have watching your show, the more money you make from your sponsors. But unfortunately, we're never going to have a time like this again in wrestling.
No. Not as they change, get away from the garbage they're doing now.
Yeah.
Maybe somebody will come in with
Although this is a low light in 99 on Nitro, the finger poke of doom.
yeah. Right. Yeah, who thought of that? Really.
It, it was backstage politics.
Yep.
Kevin Nash and Hulk Hogan thought it was a good idea. Eric Bischoff, who was in charge of WCW, thought it was a good idea. Yeah, Vince Russo was a writer for WWF and came over to WCW, and that was part of the downfall of the company. Yeah, Vince Vince Russo and Ed Ferreira were two writers for WWF. They go over to WCW and they start applying some of the ideas that they had in WWF to WCW to try to help WCW compete, and it completely backfired on them. WCW became a joke.
Yeah. Yeah.
March 26th, 2001. The final WCW show ever to be broadcasted, WCW Nitro. And it really was a historic event that night, Aaron and everybody. You had Monday Nitro on TNT and then Monday Night Raw, and they did a simulcast. Something that fans had only dreamed of, having dream matches, Hogan versus Austin and Undertaker versus Sting, or any match that you could think of with the guys wrestling for WCW and the guys at the time who were wrestling for the WWF. Probably did. Don't know. And the thing is, you're never gonna know. You're never gonna get the truth.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You go to Hogan's Beach Shop there in Florida, and you can buy Hulk Hogan T-shirts, whether it be
Mm-hmm.
from his run in the '80s to his run in WCW. Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I'm going to say something that might piss off a few people, but The Rock at most was only a transitional champion. He
Oh, I'm
carried the
mad.
belt until, a big guy like Stone Cold Steve Austin was ready to hold the belt again.
Mm-hmm.
Sure, the guy was popular. I'm not going to deny that.
Mm-hmm.
But as far as champion, he was only a belt warmer.
Ooh.
Damn.
Mhm.
Well, the reason why Cody Rhodes is saying it's the greatest WrestleMania match of all time is because they're at the Sky Dome in Toronto,
Mhm.
and during that match, Hogan the heel turns face, and the fans start booing The Rock because the crowd is cheering for Hogan.
Hulk rules.
That's showmanship right there.
Yeah.
So, what are your thoughts on this part, especially Baron?
Well, yeah. I mean, they're. I mean, how they're presenting. You mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. Again, they're showing the ups and the downs. We're not still getting the full story, as you sat back and said, and that's to be expected. Um, but honestly, talk about a man who had so many ups and downs in wrestling. And every time they said, "Oh, he's done," he comes back. But
Yeah.
what's the price? And they're showing the price that's being paid. Obviously, the estrangement of his family, yeah, because he's gone so long, and the strain is putting on his wife and even the kids, wanting their dad there for these things. What
Mhm.
is what? Why is it good to have such a famous father when you don't see him? And of course, the sensitive topic again of the steroids and such. So, and and him admitting, yeah, I was lying. I mean, hmm. Mhm, yeah, and it's you can see where you know he started going into that ego phase, of
Mhm.
celebrity. I think he's doing that on all that lidocaine, and he's hurt. And
So,
Yeah.
again, 3 times in his career, he was the man,
Yep.
whether you like it or not.
And you can tell with that, he's just, it's real for him. It's like he just can't believe.
Mhm.
Hmm. Hmm. Hmm.
See that cake, Baron?
Yeah, I want that for my birthday. Mm. Hmm. Yeah, stay away from reality shows, people.
Yeah. It ruins everybody.
Talking right, exactly, and this is coming from someone who came close to being part of one. So,
Werner
oh,
Herzog. I didn't think I'd see him in this.
wow. Mhm, mhm, mhm.
Oh, I suppose he would believe he is that character for having been that character for as long as he was.
Exactly. When that character is so you've been that character for how many years and so beloved as that character for all
Mhm.
those years.
That's keeping kayfabe alive.
Hulk versus Terry. What an apt title name. Yeah.
Mhm. How do you separate the man from the character and vice versa?
Hmm. Ah, yeah. I've had stuff like that done to me. Because he was addicted.
Yeah, it was his life.
That was where he got his high. I mean, it's like a drug.
It was feeding off the fans in the arena, in the stadium.
Yeah, I think that's
There are people who have said that as far as their jobs are concerned, they want to die doing what they love.
yep.
Yeah, because there's no padding in that ring.
No.
There's plywood.
Mm. Ooh.
Dang, that could do it. Yeah, this match was horrible.
Yeah, you never know.
But that wouldn't be the end of his run in the ring. He would go to Total Nonstop Action, TNA, Impact Wrestling, whatever you want to call it.
Mm-hmm.
Ha ha ha, Tip.
Mhm. Yeah. Mhm. Mhm. Don't do it.
I mean, that was all the rage back then too, with the Osbournes, Jessica Simpson. Of course, you
Mhm.
had Survivor and
Yep.
other reality shows at the time, and
Mhm. Yeah.
they were,
Mhm.
and they both had their problems.
There he is, Hulk. Mhm. Wow.
Holy shit! I didn't know there were that many people working on the show.
Yeah. Ooh. Mhm. 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 Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That's his boys. Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
Yep. Aired for the entire world.
Yeah. Mm. Wow.
Yeah, but
BRB.
also I wonder how much of this was done for the drama factor. You know, you
Oh,
have producers there say, no, 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 you guys need to approach it this way.
Wow.
Yep, I remember reading
I
about
remember.
this in the dirt sheets.
Yep.
That's a long time.
Yep. Mm. Uh,
Well, that's shocking.
yeah.
At least it would be. You come home and you see everything but your stuff that's been cleared out.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I can imagine.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
Gee, that seemed like a good amount.
Yeah. Oh my.
Wow. It just gets worse.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, yeah.
Mm. Mhm. Mhm.
Well,
Revenge.
yeah.
Mhm. Well, you never worry about that. Oh wow.
Yeah, he did say that.
Mm. 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 Big mistake.
That was his mistake.
Mm.
Don't ever cozy up to the media. There are snakes in the grass.
Mm-hmm.
Anthony, good to see you.
Mm.
Yeah, there are definitely parts where they're not going to touch it, and to keep the image of Hulk Hogan looking a certain way, but
they are showing, definitely are showing the ugly side, like even now.
yeah. But there's so much that went on that they're not talking about too,
Oh, yeah.
and
Well, yeah, someone didn't.
or they barely touched upon it, like the steroid issue. It's like, okay, here's the steroid issue, now it's gone.
Yeah, they probably suspected that a lot of people already knew about it, so why dwell on it? There's other things we can be talking about.
Maybe, but it's still a part of his life. It's still something
Mm-hmm.
that should be talked about, not just
Right.
touched upon a little bit here and then okay, it's done. We're moving on to
Yeah.
this now. I mean, this is a good documentary, but
Yeah,
I've loved to have heard a few more angles.
it almost looks like Sean Connery there.
Yeah.
Well, he went back to his original mistress, and his mistress was the ring.
Well, that's Dixie
Honestly.
Carter.
Oh yeah, but I'm saying the ring. Being in the ring,
I know.
harassing. Yeah.
He couldn't step away from it.
Mm-hmm. That was his mistress, true mistress.
And this happened on January 10th, 2010. And that same night, WWE welcomed back Bret the Hitman Hart.
Oh yeah. Ooh. Ew.
Damn.
Hmm.
The fact that he was able to walk.
Yeah. Mhm.
Yeah, he couldn't do it anymore.
Mhm. Mhm. Yeah, it's a built-in TENS device.
Fuck. That should have killed him.
No. With all that abuse? No.
No, not at all.
Yeah.
His so-called friend, Bubba the Love Sponge, is
Yeah.
a radio personality down in Florida.
Yeah. He worked with Howard Stern for a while,
Mm-hmm.
if I remember right. That guy looks like a piece of work.
He looks like a shyster lawyer. That's what he looks like.
Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Well, this and a few other things when Hogan was back in WWE got him fired
Yeah.
before they brought him back again, of course.
Yeah. Yeah. With a genuine.
Mm-hmm.
That this is not protected under First Amendment.
No, it's not.
Mm-hmm. Mm.
Well, that was part of his character. That's what people
Yeah.
expected. They wanted to hear that brother.
Yeah.
So, Anthony, was there anything else that you didn't like about the documentary?
Who are you asking?
I'm asking Anthony Mazzano.
Oh, okay.
He's seen it, so I'd like to hear his opinion.
Mhm.
And for anybody who's heard about it, you know what word to use, so I'm not going to use it.
Nicaragua? Well, but it was in private and should never have been let out.
Unfortunately, it was in this case.
Right. See, this is all ridiculous. Again,
Yeah. Well, it happened, Baron. I remember
I know.
a buddy of mine, and we were getting off work, and we heard about it, and
Hmm.
they completely erased him from their history in WWE.
Yep. Just draconian overreaction. It's just a word, people.
But that's
There are
also
worse words.
when all this started too, Baron.
Yeah, this is when all this BS and a one-sided BS because other people could say just as racial slurs and get away with it. But no, it's a word. If you go eat crap over a word, you have a problem.
True, but again, I will reiterate that this is when cancel culture really started.
Yep. Oh yeah, you're absolutely right. And
None of us are perfect. We've all made mistakes in life.
we've all said
Should he have
things.
said? She have said it? No.
But it shouldn't be destroy a person this much. You know what I mean? Ooh, he got himself a wife that looked like the first wife.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes that's what happens. As the longest ever night tease about is like me treating her in for a newer model. You know, then I get hit. Yeah. Uh, mhm.
Well, let's face it. The only one that can forgive us is God.
Mhm.
Whatever you call God, that's the only one that can forgive us. That's the only one that can judge us.
Where's the where's the where's the truant officers?
Mm-hmm.
Mhm. Mhm. Terry was a big fan of Hulk,
Mm-hmm.
and he got lost in it.
Yep. He got lost in the spotlight.
The immortal.
Some fans were happy to have him back. Other fans were like, "Oh hell no!"
Mhm. Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Mhm.
Well, that's a long-lasting memory for that young man.
Yeah. Mhm. Well, yeah.
Yeah. That's the thing. We may not
Mhm.
agree all the time with what our friends do.
Mhm. Mhm. Yeah.
That they did. And just a couple of weeks ago, they tried to do it again.
Yep. Yeah, he was. It was something else with him being there. He loved the
Mhm.
room. Yeah,
But for him, he craved that.
yeah. It's a drug. It's just there it is on the side of the ring, and
Mhm.
mhm. He knows how to get the energy up. There's no doubt
Yeah,
about it.
he knows how to
And
work the
they,
crowd. That's what
yeah,
he knew how to do.
huge. Look how different he sounds when he's talking a one-on-one.
Mhm. As opposed to how it sounds when he's talking to the media. And
Yep. Hmm. Oh, of course. Who wouldn't want a free beer?
yeah, and, you know, he announces Hulk Hogan Real American Beer just last year.
Hmm. And of course, do a documentary on Hulk.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Netflix crashed because of it.
Yeah,
Yeah, we talked about that. It's like, shouldn't you have made sure that you had enough servers?
yeah. Yeah, it's not the first event that they crashed either, because it's a few months before that. It was
Yep.
the Tyson Paul fight, and
hmm
they were having severe problems then.
hmm Yeah, you can see how
This is in
hard it
Los
is.
Angeles. I'm not trying to make an excuse. I'm just trying to highlight that this is in Los Angeles. They have their political leanings. It's always been well known.
Yep. It's like NWO again. There we go, Millie.
The LA crowds are also known for sitting on their hands during great matches. Yep, that was Kevin Nash.
Mhm. Mhm. Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah.
No. No. Mhm.
Well, that's life.
Like cash.
Some shows of Pop Talk people like. Some shows of Pop Talk, depending on what I say, you say, Cass says, they don't like.
Mhm. Mostly what I say.
No, I'm being serious about that. We
I
said
know.
things people agree with. We've said things that people don't agree with.
Exactly.
And that's part of being human.
I mean, Hulk Hogan is part of that hero's journey.
Mm-hmm.
Because even though he's saying that, he went in there as Hulk, not Terry, but there obviously is a part of Terry in there. And
Yeah.
uh and like we were saying, the ups and the downs that he had, and and rise up like a phoenix. Uh, you know, both Hulk and Terry both had a crazy wild journey.
Yeah.
That's you would call it epic, a saga. I mean, especially admitting your fears.
Mm-hmm. And trust me, there were many of his peers who liked him, and many of his peers who didn't like him.
Hmm. And his admitting about being afraid, it's like, I'm gonna clam up. I'm not gonna be me, and because I'm afraid, and coming to a point, well, f that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care no more. I think a lot of people had that at that time. Hmm. Hmm. It's great that she made so many of these movies.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
But that's what happens. We all think about memories that bring a smile to our face.
Yeah. No, maybe at this point of this being filmed, he's talking about it in this part of his life. Um, the life, has little flashes, uh,
Mm-hmm.
because he was sadly so close to leaving.
Yeah.
Yeah, diversion tactic.
Special moments like that with his
Right.
kids.
Mhm. He had it way worse than me, but then again, he
When you hurt,
he
you hurt.
punished himself. Yeah, he punished himself. Yeah.
It was shocking.
Yeah, it was.
Last July when they announced his death. Of course, Bruce Pritchard was known as Brother Love during his wrestling career.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well, he's
And
always
that might,
booked as the immortal Hulk Hogan.
yep. And maybe that's what softened Jesse up a little bit.
Maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I know that feeling with both my parents.
Mm-hmm. 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 Mm-hmm.
Same.
Yep. Mm. I imagine that was hard to do.
Mm-hmm. The guy who defined your company.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Very true.
Yep.
And there were a few that didn't show up on stage. I mean, even if I didn't agree with the man, or even if I did agree with the man, if I was a professional wrestler,
Mm-hmm.
I would show up on stage because without him and so many others, that job wouldn't be there.
Yep. American made.
Yeah, it's a brotherhood, a sisterhood for the wrestlers.
Mm-hmm.
It's a family.
Hulk Hogan. Mm. What a journey.
What a life.
Mm-hmm.
Again, love him or hate him. Who would have want to have been in the spotlight as long as he was? Some people dream of the fame that he had.
Mm-hmm. Ah, Sergeant Slaughter.
Oh, wow, I didn't think Triple H would say that.
Hulkamania.
Running wild, brother. Hulkamania never does, dude.
Yep.
Yeah, he did. He had drawing power for so many years. And again, anybody who's watching this live, watching this on the replay, always been a big fan of the Macho Man.
Mm-hmm.
But I can't deny the star power that Hulk Hogan had, that Terry
Mm-hmm.
Bollea as Hulk Hogan had. I just thought we were going to watch the credits,
Oh
especially
yeah.
from the old video. You're gonna
really,
get me to do that.
Yeah. But really, what basically he just finally broke down. I mean,
Yeah, he did.
you you
Our,
see
our
all the
body,
metal that.
our body eventually does that. All the metal that was keeping him together.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it was there and keeping them together, but everything else was just breaking down. The pain. I mean, I can only imagine, as someone who suffers from, back pain and all that, just thinking of what he was going through, it's like, oh my word. And then, of course, having hips and knees replaced, and of course, his neck. I appreciate the neck part as well. But wow, it's just the abuse finally catching up to him, and then slowing him down. And then eventually, he had his little cardiac episode because of that neck surgery. But really, let's just face it, his body was just going, okay, we're shutting
His
down.
body said, I can't do this anymore.
Mm-hmm. Right.
We've done our time, and it's time to ring the bell.
Mm-hmm. At 71, which is way too young. But again, it shows, it shows about how these physical sports and entertainment really tears a person down. You look at the people that play football and how crippled they are. Many of them at the as they got older.
No, considering
I don't know. That was one.
all the wear and tear professional football puts on the body.
Right, exactly. And of course, this stunt show, which is really athletics, doing a stunt show of wrestling, and it's like what they're putting themselves through, and that's not even including the training. Just imagine all the other stuff with the training, and so it's, there's even more pounding going on that we don't see. Stuntmen and women, I mean, how they get beaten up so much doing their films, and sometimes even losing their lives. Well, we lost, again, stunt shows, we lost wrestlers' lives, even during a match.
Well, I think about it wasn't even before a match. I think about making an entrance that was planned.
Yeah.
And talked about it, rehearsed. When Owen Hart unfortunately died in 99, making his entrance as Blue Blazer.
That's 99. Wow.
Yeah.
It's still somewhat fresh in your in the mind of when he fell.
He was my favorite. I loved him as a heel. I loved him as a wrestler. I thought he was a better wrestler than his brother, Brett. And the fact that you have Owen Hart making this entrance from the rafters,
right,
and doing almost the same type of thing that Sting has done many times in WCW at the time. But unfortunately, the rigging failed Owen. And when he made Impact, he made Hard Impact and unfortunately died on the spot.
Right.
And I will still criticize Vince McMahon to this day. I know there's the old adage, the show must go on, but in that case, when that happened and the way the fans were feeling, the way your own wrestlers and staff were feeling, you should have just called the show.
Yeah, there are times when you call the show. It's lost. The energy is sucked out, and it's just not appropriate. It really is. And that's where you set up that, like they did with Hulk Hogan. It's like the next one where you have that major honor giving to the man, and then you do the match.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I still remember that Monday Night Raw after Owen Hart passed away, and they would have tributes to Owen, wrestlers talking about Owen. I was crying, man. I lost one of my favorites.
Right.
And as much as I liked his brother Brett, I liked Owen more.
Mm-hmm. But at least I like both of them. I mean, that's the important thing. It's like I like them both. They just have more preference for that. So it's not one of those that this guy sucks, but his brother's better. And that says a lot right there. It's like, oh, okay, yeah, they're both, both at that job and good at the job and such. But then you have that sad tragedy, and it should never have happened. But sadly, again,
tragedy struck for Hulk Hogan last July, and was just going in for what should have been a simple procedure from what a lot of people were saying.
Yeah. He might not even been really opening his neck up much. It might have been like, using the, like when I had micro discectomy, discectomy, the same type of thing. So, but you think about all the drugs he had in him that was prescribed that would
fentanyl should have killed him.
Yeah. I mean, he was taking enough stuff to take down a dinosaur. And how, what was this man that he's able to, was able to put up with all that?
That had to be in his genetics.
Yep. And also in his heart. You can have it in your genetics, but if you don't have it in your heart, it's still not going to come through. It's both. His love for the crowd, love for the people, and loving the adoration he got from said same people. No, he was the biggest addict in the world, and that addict was being Hulk.
And now I am going to ask you, having seen the full documentary, what did you think of it? The good, the bad, the ugly?
I thought it was pretty good. I mean, they did handle the, the ugly. They handled the good, and they handled the, even the bad. The stuff that he was going through, especially as he got later in life, and you could see it. It basically, if he's losing Hulk, he's losing himself. He's losing a piece of himself, which kept driving him on for the ring. Doing something that was completely legal, and boom, you're told you can't do it. But in some ways, you're addicted to that. It's like you got to keep your everything. You just can't stop cold turkey. And by doing so, of course, they changed everything overnight, and he literally became a criminal for doing that, amongst all the others. I mean, Jesse Ventura has nothing to talk about because he was pumping himself.
He took him.
Yep. So it's hard to damn Hulk for that. It's just that Hulk was
superstar Billy Graham. You look at him and
right. And if it was legal, it's like, okay, no, why not? It helps us. We're a job, right? So you can't damn them for that. It's like, it's not illegal. It's not like I'm doing line of coke or anything like that out there. But you can see how, the physiques, and Dwayne Johnson seems to look like he started doing it, obviously after they said you can't do it anymore, because you see him when he's younger like that to what he is now.
So, what he looked like. And then a few months ago, you see that it looked like he gone off the steroids, but still, you see the drastic change in the body. You know that down the line, it's going to affect anybody who injects it, and that being steroids into their body.
Right. And biologically and such, it messes you up. It really does. I mean, people joke about the seeds, the seeds growing smaller because of it, and that's one of the things. Uncontrollable, the roid rage, sorry, that happens, various other things. So yeah, he put himself through a lot, and he should, if he would have stopped earlier, we might still have him today.
Yeah, we just might. But what kind of rating would you give this documentary?
Oh, I would give it 4 buckets of popcorn, a solid one. Yeah, I'd go that way because, yeah, you could have dug deeper in a lot of stuff. It's just a 4-parter, and this was done, 3 months before he died, and obviously they had catch up to do with some of the others or get what they're talking about. Maybe that's why Jesse was talking so nice when they got to him to talk about everything. He was gone, and because he did touch with the death and all that, and some of the others that when you can have that spite and all that, but once they go, sometimes things change a little bit, and your mortality starts knocking at the door. So I can understand that it could have gone a lot harder on the bad stuff that happened, but
absolutely.
Then but then after a while, it's like, well, what is this? Just a negative thing that's tearing a person down? No, we're talking about, again, a hero's journey. So we had to see him at his ups and downs. So we saw the downs, and they did touch upon some of these, in the steroids, briefly, as you mentioned.
Again, in my opinion, I think a little too briefly. I know your counterpoint to that is a lot of people know about it, but I'm looking at it this way: educate those who didn't get to see Hulk Hogan, wrestle.
And of course, with the pain stuff, like we're talking about, the fentanyl that would kill the dinosaur. So I think it was pretty fair, even-handed. I have never seen a Netflix documentary before. I said that several times. And I've always feared watching a Netflix documentary because there are some severe bullshit ones out there. And they do either no justice to the person, or they try to bring justice to monsters. And I think this was kind of even-handed. And how much of it also was the WWE's involvement with this, because
you could tell that the WWE wanted to paint Hogan in a certain light in this documentary,
right? So if there's any fault to it, it's not any of the players, but it's the shall we say, the ones behind the scenes that pull strings. They knew they had to touch up. I mean, they were gentle with Vince McMahon in Hogan having their little disagreements, you might say, and other stuff. I mean, they never mentioned anything about how Vince was pushing the steroids. Which was part of
and that was something I really wanted them to touch upon.
Right.
And that's why I said, they looked at the steroid era and then they just swept it under the rug, especially when it came to the trial. That's one of my beasts with this documentary.
Right.
It's like, no, you're trying to, like I said, paint this picture that works for you.
And, I know we're going to be talking a bit after we're done talking about this, but, no mention of Ted Turner.
No, and that's what I had even said. in our Discord for Pop Talk.
Yeah.
Is I wanted to find out what they would say about WCW. Yes, they mentioned that WCW had the #1 ratings for Nitro for 83 weeks, but they never really touched upon the fact that it was Ted Turner's money
Right.
that allowed
It
Hogan
was
and so many former WWF personalities to jump over to WCW and make that company the #1 company for as long as it was before
right.
it started going downhill again.
You know, the big thing was Vince McMahon coming in and buying it. Boom. We had to get Vince in there. So,
Well,
you know,
Eric Bischoff was ready to buy it with his partners, but then Vince comes sweeping in
right.
and
And
ends
it's
up
not,
buying the company.
yeah, it's not good having all this wrestling under one roof. They need to
And,
be.
and it hasn't been. It was getting watered down under Vince. Yeah, there was that surge for a little while after WWF bought WCW, and you started seeing WCW wrestlers whose contracts that WWE took over. They couldn't touch the ones that were officially under the AOL Time Warner aspect, but the ones that weren't, they brought in those wrestlers. They used them for the invasion angle. It was first WCW invading WWF and Shane McMahon saying that he bought WCW out from under his dad to then bring in Extreme Championship Wrestling. Bring in Paul Heyman and the talent that they wanted to sign from ECW, because for anyone who may not know, it was always said that the WWF and ECW had a working relationship. When you would see a WWF wrestler go over there for a while, Vince was all actually, excuse me, actually helping ECW stay in business because he didn't want them to go under, especially when WCW was getting more popular. He wanted to have a company there that he can draw wrestlers from and he can send his wrestlers to, and so many other things I could get into right now, but I'm not going to. Because then we'd be on here for 8 hours, Baron, and I don't think either one of us want to be on here for 8 hours tonight.
No, I like you all, but yeah, no. But
I like everybody too, but I mean, there's just so much you can get into.
Well, look what. Oh yeah, sorry.
That documentary could have expounded upon, and it really given detail. What was it like in that locker room in the 80s? Hogan's always the #1 guy, yet you have other guys that could have carried the company. Even as a heel, Ted DiBiase could have carried the company. Andre the Giant was popular with people. Yes, Macho Man did have his runs for the title, but still, you could have given the title to other guys.
Right.
While Hogan was still there.
Right. And yeah, the eggs in one basket thing. Yeah, that's the big problem. But look what happened when you had competition. I mean, they took the WCW and they made it a giant from nothing. It was dying.
Yeah, it was a joke.
Yeah,
when
it was a
Ted Turner
joke.
bought it. And then there's even wrestling documentaries. There's the Monday Night War documentary where Vince recalls Ted Turner saying to Vince over a telephone call, "Guess what, Vince? I'm in the wrestling business." And Vince says, "Well, I'm in the sports entertainment business." But the thing is, having that competition of WCW going against what was once the machine, the WWF, Vince had to think of some ways to keep in competition and have people stay focused on watching Monday Night Raw instead of flipping the channel or staying with WCW Nitro, especially when WCW started at 8 and would go for 3 hours. Meanwhile, you have the Monday Night Raw starting at 9 and going off at 11, sometimes 11:35, just depending on what kind of airtime NBC and the USA Network gave him.
Right.
But to have that
competition's good.
competition, yeah, it created cash. Eric Bischoff, I know he's famous for saying controversy creates cash, at least in the wrestling world, but you needed that competition. Is AEW competition for WWE? I don't know. I watch wrestling nowadays, and I can't get into it like I could when I was, in my mid-teens, getting back into wrestling at the birth of the Attitude Era, and watching WCW and WWF, flipping back and forth to see what one side is doing, what the other side is doing, going, to a commercial break for one, flipping to the other, and all that.
Right.
But again, even back in my childhood, watching it on Saturdays, WWF Superstars, and even my dad watching it, mom watching it, and my mom had a few favorites.
Well, that's good. I mean, you can compare notes then.
You like Jake the Snake Roberts, especially.
Well, and the thing is, they've ruined wrestling. I mean, like I said, I've made known I'm not a huge wrestling guy, but growing up in a state that had such a huge footprint in it.
Yes, especially with Vern Gagne's AWA.
Exactly. And there was something I was going to say, but it slipped my mind because I'm.
Sounds like, looks like.
Yeah. Well, it had to do with wrestling and the whole situation, but there's just so much whirlwind coming around with it because, I mean, a documentary should be done that's third party, not part of any group, and to chronicle it. And I know there'd be pushback. I mean, but I don't think Vince would like it, but really, where is Vince right now? He's
he's not involved with the company.
Yeah.
And again, because WWE was involved with this documentary, I'm gonna keep reiterating. You can tell that WWE wanted to paint Hogan in a certain light,
right? Because he was their front man, their face for so long. And you just can't do it. You have to make sure. I mean, I know they tried, but they picked the wrong person.
Yeah, Lex Luger wasn't the draw, and when they did have their person who was supposed to leave the new generation of superstars, Hogan comes back. Because again, you can't deny the fact that Bret Hart was drawing interest from the fans. He was carrying the company at that time.
Yep.
Him and Shawn Michaels. Him and Shawn Michaels having a 60-minute Iron Man match. Unheard of, especially in WWF.
Yeah, I mean, two stunt performers performing that long physically, the abuse that's being done to their bodies, the energy. I mean, for anybody, it's like, wow, how can they do it? How do they do it?
You have to be in great shape in order to do it.
And the right mindset.
Mm-hmm.
Because even that can kind of, if you don't have that right mindset, it can go south. But yeah, I mean, I was going to sit back and say, one of the reasons why we can't have like the old days is because, you had your various, good guys, bad guys, but they'd scream, "Oh, you're doing stereotypes. You're doing stereotype with the Iron Sheik," who was, Persian and from Iran, was, involved with the Shah, really hated the Ayatollah. You're going to sit back and tell him that? It's like, he's about as close to being that. He's not Arab, he's Persian, but still he's in that world. And it's like, yeah, we know that there's going to be the quote unquote stereotypes, but we know it's, we know what it's all about.
Yeah.
And being that if you're able to go back and start doing that and just start telling these whiny nabobs of negativity to F off and just go for it, you might be actually able to start bringing wrestling back. If you started a new thing and you started looking at and studying, just like not Berman, but Nicholas Myers and Harv Bennett, watching all the old Star Trek episodes and then bringing forward a new era that people come to.
Just like when an American wrestler goes over to another country to wrestle, they can go in there as a heel.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, but we had our good guys go heel here. I mean, Sergeant Slaughter, one of the biggest surprises in the world. What was more surprising, Hulk Hogan going heel or Sergeant Slaughter? Because Sergeant Slaughter was all about U.S. apple pie, the eagle. I'm Sergeant Slaughter. I have an action figure for GI Joe, and then all of a sudden, he comes out as this big. I think that was more shocking than Hulk Hogan, to be honest with you, at least for me.
Oh, well, I can understand, especially having seen Slaughter in his AWA days.
Yeah. But you start going back to that. You get like a Baron Von Raschke out there. Oh, you're being whatever. That guy is that. He's got the thick accent. He's not putting on an act. But he's putting on an act as a character, but not the voice, right? You start going back that way and getting these colorful characters in like that. And yes, horrible, evil stereotypes. How can you do that? That's the blandness that you have now with this wrestling. It's like cookie cutters over there with new wrestling. It's just cookie cutter. How can you tell? No, we got to blend it out so we don't offend anybody. Well, you know what? Wrestling is about
Vince and other promoters never cared whether they offended somebody or not. The fact that you had Sergeant Slaughter during the Gulf War in '91 turn heel.
Yep.
And, he was side with the Iron Sheik, who was going by a different name at the time, but it was still the Iron Sheik.
Right.
And, you have Hogan versus Sergeant Slaughter, Mr. USA against former Mr. USA. If you want to put it that way. And that was supposed to be a draw. And, because of the threats Slaughter was getting, they had to change venues. They originally were going to have it at the Coliseum. And then because of all the threats and, the fear that they wouldn't have enough security, they changed venues to one of the arenas in LA.
Yeah, that was a bit too good of a switch over.
Yeah.
It really got the people excited. But it still got that draw. It still got people coming in. And, that's what you need to do. Get back to those basics. You need to have that heel to boo at. And, there might be a stereotype. But just on the other side, you have the stereotypes when you got the good guys, Look at Roddy Piper going out there in the kilt all the time, right? I mean, my God, you're being offensive to the Scots. No. He came there to chew bubble gum and kick ass, and he's all out of bubble gum, wearing a kilt.
Just when you had the answer, he changed the question.
Right. You need to get back to those stereotypes and fuck anybody who starts whining and crying about it, because it's not doing any harm. It's a show. It's a physical, hard, back-breaking, almost literally, show that you're watching.
Well, we saw with Hogan. It did break his back.
It looked like he had scoliosis. mean, my God. I mean, you know, my back looks perfect compared to his, or his was.
Mhm.
I'm surprised he didn't shrink.
Yeah.
Maybe he did a little bit. I don't know, but you know, no joke with him having to go around with the cane. You know, he was almost to the point where he needed to have two.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the documentary. He needed help.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, I know a guy. He's 6'10". He might be a little shorter now because of the abuse. He's got to use two canes now, just like Peter Mayhew had to use two canes.
Mm-hmm.
It's like I'm surprised that whatever it is, maybe it's tenacity. I don't know, but Hulk didn't go that way. He just had the one.
Yeah.
And when he tried not to have any. And who'd have thunk when you saw him at the RNC convention that he was that bad?
No, because he didn't appear to be that bad.
Mm-mm.
But again, I think that was also the showman in him.
Mm-hmm.
It's like as soon as he stepped on stage, everything just went into motion.
And he was actually going out there, for something.
Mm-hmm.
More than just the show, the cheers, and all that. This was something that was truly passionate to him. Because, like he said, I saw the guy get shot. And that fired up whatever was inside of him. Boom. That also works. So, we saw Terry Bollea as Hulk Hogan letting that out.
Mm-hmm.
When you get that passion, whatever, I'm sure when he got back off stage, it's like, I need to sit. You hear, anybody watches Gutfeld and Tyrus is on there and he'll bring up things, or you listen to the Tyrus podcast and, he talks about with his wrestling. It's like, yeah, I can't go in the ring anymore.
Mm-hmm.
It F's you up. And Tyrus is younger than me.
Yeah, I mean, there have been wrestlers who unfortunately have been paralyzed in the ring during the match. Yep. Darren Drozdov was paralyzed because of a pile driver. And you look at it, you just know that his head was in the wrong position when D'Lo Brown delivered it.
Right.
And he was paralyzed for the rest of his life. He passed away a few years ago.
Mm-hmm. Just one wrong move.
Mm-hmm. That's all it takes.
Just like you hear, in this film, a stunt performer died doing this stunt.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, several movies.
I
think it
was during one of the live action Transformer films that they were filming that one of their stunt performers died.
Yeah, I think you're right. All it takes is just one thing, a little thing to go wrong. I mean, look at Evel Knievel, for crying out loud.
Mm-hmm.
And all his stupid stunts that he was doing and breaking all his bones. I mean, obviously there was a lot of overplay of, all the stuff that happened to him, but still, he couldn't land a bike to save his life.
No, he always seemed to crash.
Yeah. After a while, he started wondering, is that just an act? But, even doing if it was an act, that can still F you up pretty good. Mm-hmm. And look at Super Dave Osborne. All the time things got crushed on him, and he got shrunk down so far, all you saw was the head and his feet. Mm-hmm. I think we have to bring Super Dave Osborne into this. No, Super Dave though was a great character. Super Dave.
Yeah. Just a spoof of Evel Knievel.
Yeah, started off on the show Bizarre, and then went on to they had their own Super Dave. I think they even had an animated show, if I remember right.
Now, would you recommend this Hogan documentary to wrestling fans and non-wrestling fans?
Yeah, I mean, again, like I said, I'm not a heavy wrestling fan, but the story is interesting because of who he is. I would recommend it. But I would also sit back and say, really what you're kind of getting is well done, well put together. Yes, the good, the bad, and the ugly they touch on. But it's still a bit sanitized because the WWE has their figures involved in it. And it's like a cliff note. This is like this documentary is just a cliff note of Terry Bollea and Hulk Hogan. No, it would have to be a lot longer, a lot more episodes to get even a larger, getting a little bit larger of a picture of who this man was.
And we don't know. We'll never know how long this documentary was originally planned to be.
Yeah. Because when that 3 months later came about, that's when he passed.
Mm-hmm.
How ironic. They say that there was like, maybe about 3 months. 3 months later. Boom.
Yep. I mean, I would definitely say this is a worthy documentary to watch for wrestling fans. The non-wrestling fan might want to learn about some of the things that aren't discussed in this documentary.
Right.
And if you have a wrestling fan in your household who can explain it to you, or use a search on the internet to find out what else happened in the career of Terry Bollea, Hulk Hogan, that wasn't covered in this documentary, I would definitely suggest you doing that. Again, I can't talk about it all here because we'd be here for 8 hours, 12 hours if I went through everything.
Right. For a non-wrestling fan, 100%, and don't take all of this and say, "Oh, we know about Hulk Hogan now." No. This is a drop in the bucket.
This isn't even the icing on the cake.
Right. Not at all. And a lot of the people that were being interviewed too were interviewed after his death, which was still fresh, and that does change a lot of people's perspective as well.
Yeah,
I mean, look how nice Jesse was talking.
Yeah, I was gonna say the tame Jesse the Body Ventura, who, if the Hulkster was still alive during this documentary, the entire thing, he would have ripped into him.
Right. And I know he touched a little bit on it, but not much. But it's like, that's Jesse. No, I met Jesse a good number of times. He was one of the honorary chairman of the air show I was working with and all that. But you couldn't tell him anything. You couldn't tell him what to do. Maybe his wife could, but who is, listen, when you saw him and his wife, it was like, wow, how doesn't he rip you apart in bed? It's just like, you're so much smaller than him. But when it comes to it, it's like, you can't tell this guy anything. Terry, Jesse, thinks he's the biggest brain in the room. But his biggest reading material is Kennedy assassination stuff, which is good. He's big into that, and whatnot. I'm not saying he's not an educated man, but again, if you went to him and say, "I want you to talk nice about Terry in this," and he was still, he was in, whatever, he'd say, "No, I'm going to say it as I saw it." And anybody who's listened to him in other interviews about Hulk, or even when he was on radio back in the day here, he just let loose, not just on him, but Vince. And
he wasn't a big fan of Vince either.
Yeah, he was so proud. He always would bring it up that I'm the only one to get $1 million or so from Vince McMahon in a lawsuit. But that's the thing. Jesse, you might as well put dollar signs instead of S's. I do it for cash, but for all, Everything he did, everything he does, even the governorship, was about the money.
That it was.
That's all he is. All for the money. And which shows you why he never ran for a second term, because he bullshitted everybody.
And people knew it.
Yeah. He went in there and started making enemies of all these people who were gushing over him, calling them jackals, and that was the press. Just because he was mad at one commentator on the radio, Jason Lewis. Because Jason Lewis saw through his bullshit and was, letting people know, don't let this guy fool you. He's saying this, but he's not really that. And he wins, and, Jason Lewis wasn't going to go off. So Jesse takes his wrath out on all the media. Special little jackal things for the press. And it's like, these people are kissing your ass, Jesse. What the hell are you doing?
Ended his political career. That's what the hell he ended up doing.
Well, he never really governed. We had a shadow governor, Woodley. Yeah, Woodley was his name. He was basically the shadow governor. And you could tell when Jesse interjected something, because it'd be the weirdest, strangest fuck there was. But when it was, on whatever, it was Woodley, who was a Democrat. So in a sense, we had a Democratic governor in there. And Jesse, who was saying about, working with both sides, blah, blah, blah. He basically turned his back on the Republicans and basically was with the Democrats. So it's like, well, you just might as well call yourself a Democrat. Don't say that, you're against all this. So the duplicity, you say, I'm going in there as, as this populace, and I'm better than these guys. And that's what we're looking for and what he was promising. If he would have kept 1/4 of his promises, just 1/4, he would be hailed as one of the greatest governors of Minnesota, and he would have had no problem going into another term.
Mm-hmm.
But he treated the job, and in some ways, I didn't really mind this part though. He treated it like a 9-to-5 job. I come in the office, I punch my card. 8 hours later, I go home, put my Zubas on, commando style, and I sit on the couch and watch the television with Tyrell, my son. And that was basically Jesse Ventura as our governor. So, and he snubbed everybody because he came in as the Reform Party.
Yeah,
he snubbed everybody that was running as a Reform Party. He could have shot the Reform, given a shot in the arm to the Reform Party, and who knows? Maybe they would have become a force and be somebody now, especially in this time. But no, he turned his back on all these people, and then of course he left the Reform Party when Patrick Buchanan got part of it. He was all pissed off, proclaiming himself independent. Had a wacko liberal woman as his lieutenant governor. I mean, she would actually be more fitting here than back then, running Portland or something. And so, there was a lot of things. He wanted to have light rail. He said this. He wanted light rail and pushed hard for light rail, so there'd be less people on the car for him to be able to drive on the roads. I mean, so he'd be able to drive with no problems. And he would complain about how, the buses are enough. They can't get from, blah, blah, blah. So they follow him. It's like, okay, let's do it. With camera crew and all that. Let's ride the bus from here to there during rush hour. And they sunk his argument completely because the bus got there in time. No problem. Because they can drive on the shoulder when need be. They can have special lanes, whatnot. But the bus gets from point A to point B as long as nothing mechanical happens or some moron runs into them with no problem. Thereby, we don't need light rail. But no, he wanted his train so he could have the roads to himself. Everything he proclaimed out there was for him. You know, license tax, and you know, in some ways that's not bad, because we're lowering license taxes, right? So he doesn't have to pay so much for license tax. It benefits everybody, so that part is good. But when it started going into the areas where it was only benefiting him, which was a lot of stuff, yeah, like I said, dollar sign.
And you know, getting back to the man of this documentary, Hulk Hogan, he was dollar signs. You saw it, whether it was in WWF, WCW, going back to WWF before it became WWE. He still drew money.
Yeah, it is money and ego. And mainly, I think Jesse was all upset because Hogan could do it better than him.
Yeah, he did it better than superstar Billy Graham.
Yeah. Who Jesse modeled himself after. And there's Hulk. He's the icon. And yeah, everybody all remembers, and fondly all these others like Andre and Roddy and Sergeant Slaughter and the Sheik, all these. And if you want Gagne, Baron von Raschke, all those guys. I got a middle block on Vern's son's name because I think he wrestled for a while. Nord the Barbarian. I don't know. I don't think he made it big, Nord the Barbarian, but we had Nord the Barbarian. Always saw him on ads here. But yeah, I mean, everyone, loves them all, but this is the guy that's like the leading them out there. Your heroes are going out there, and this is the guy who's, the Caesar, bringing them out for the big rumble. And money then comes your way because everybody loves. He was guaranteed $1 million minimum for showing up. I'd love to have a job like that. I just work one day. Okay, done. I know $1 million isn't that much as it was back then, but still, I mean, I'm not that greedy. Maybe I'll work 2 days. How's that? But yeah, and you can see that, in him having. I really think sometimes he had a hard time separating Terry and Hulk.
Yeah, because they did become one and the same.
Right.
But I met some wrestlers when I went to WrestleMania, of course. But one I got to meet, I never asked him for his autograph, but I talked to him a little bit because he was coming to the store that I worked at, and that's Ivan Koloff, and he was a real nice gentleman.
Yeah, a lot of these guys are, and that's the thing.
You still there, Baron?
No. Yeah, I am.
Yeah, only because you cut out for a few seconds.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. But okay, what I said was, even usually the ones that do the heels are the nicest ones. When you come across the people that play the bad guys or whatever, they seem to be the most genuine and kind people out there.
Yeah, there are times, he'd come to the back room, sit down, get ready, and then we would set up a table for him up front so he could sign autographs and. But got to talk to him more than once, and it was a fun time. And one of my friends actually did take a picture of him, and he asked me. He said, "Mike, why did you ask Ivan for a picture?" I said, "No. I just rather have the conversation."
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, you don't always want to prove to people that you knew them, and if they doubt you, screw them. You know what the truth is, right?
Right.
Yeah. I mean, that's me. I mean, I've had conversations with a lot of people, even met Tor Heyerdahl, right? No pictures. It's just, okay, I'm here. I'm having this experience. And that's all I need. And if you don't believe me, well, I know one person who believes me, because I was there. And it's like, well, you sound so nonchalant. Trust me, I've been around so many people of whatever. About one of the, it's just, it starts blending. It's like, okay, these are just real people, especially when you get into these conversations. And that's how I approach it. These are people that I really admire for the work that they do, but they're just human beings. But still, you get this big old guy. Well, I wasn't so old. I was like in my 20s, I think, early 20s, who basically emotionally crumbles down when you see one of the old TV stars that was on local channels for the local show, Casey Jones, Roger Awesome is his real name. It's like, it's like, okay, you come up there and one of those guys is enough to really, make you shake and all that. It's like, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, it's Casey Jones, it's Casey Jones, it's Casey Jones. You think about, someone like you wouldn't know who the hell I'm talking about.
And honestly, Baron, I don't.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's no offense. I'm just saying, because there's a local person, but yet in my eyes, this guy is on the same top tier level as like a Laurence Olivier. Everybody knew and loved him, or, take whoever that anybody could identify with. It's a local guy. It brings you down, like that. It's like, oh my. So, yeah, I mean, I know where you're coming from. Now it's just the fact that, you talk. I mean, I knew the guy who was the voice of the Lutheran Hour. I was, before he became that, I was one that was learning the soundboard for him to be on the radio here locally, and that's the late Dr. Reverend Kevin Klaus. And it's just kind of funny. And one of the things I remember the most, this was after he left the church and was with the Lutheran Hour, which, by the way, was at one time a huge giant. It was. He went out, and I was an elder at the time at the church, and I just slipped out, and he's out there burning a heater because he smoked. But you don't, he needed. He's dressed up in his finery. I mean, he looks like almost like an Eastern Orthodox priest than a Lutheran pastor. But we're out there. It's wintertime, and he's burning his heater. We're just sitting there, and we're just having a talk back and forth. Boom. It's like, he kind of wanted to get away, but I felt as an elder that I'm kind of like a bodyguard here. I'm going out. I'll be the muscle for the for the Pastor Klaus. But yeah, I mean, standing almost right next to Neil Gaiman, well, Harlan Ellison's talking, and it's like, boom, you're not. I know Neil Gaiman's a dirty word now, but back then it wasn't. And not going Google God. It's like, you're just leaning next to the guy, whatever, or Peter David, being there in or whatnot. And it's just like, yeah, this is nice. And, or even Harlan Ellison. I mean, I know I told the story about, I don't have trench mouth with Harlan Ellison. But I don't have to prove these things. I used to keep a lot of this stuff secret and not tell anybody about this stuff because I was always afraid that, be called out and be bullshit or whatever.
Yeah, people will say, "Oh, you're pulling my leg. You're putting me on."
Right. And I think it's like, after I started hitting like 50 or all that, something snapped in my head, switch got turned on. It's like, who gives a fuck what they think?
You know what you've experienced in your life. You know who you've met in your life, what you've done in your life.
Right. And yeah, I mean, I can go out there and tell stories, but I make sure that there's that wink and a nod that I'm telling a story. But I'm serious when I step back and say I was almost part of a reality TV show. Thank God it didn't go through. And I have to confess, in some ways, I kind of sabotaged it at one point because I didn't like the way it was going. Now they were talking.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I mean, having conversations with Vice President Mondale, who's of course from this state, some governors, some senators. It's like, okay, oh, you're in politics? Okay. I'm not in awe of you. You're my employee. Why should I be in awe of you? So, and it comes down to like in some ways you can say that about actors and actresses. We employ them because if we weren't watching, they wouldn't have their careers.
Mm-hmm.
But it's just like, what do? You keep you treat them like people. They know. I mean, running into Anthony Daniels at the one and just go give me a good morning, and have him doing the same back as we pass each other going to the one restaurant, and it's like yeah, I'll acknowledge people, but I'm not going to go Google Gaga. It's like this is not the moment.
Well, it's like when I've gone to Star Trek conventions and I have gotten autographs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
One of the nice interactions I had, and I know you're gonna say really, but it was a nice interaction with her, and that was with Marina Sirtis. Talked with her for a little bit, and then after she signed my picture, which I still have, I told her thank you very much for spending time with us, and she said, "Well, thank you for coming to see me." And I'll never forget that interaction. I know how some people feel about her now, especially with some comments that she's made. But I will never forget that moment.
Mm-hmm. Maybe we can just chalk that up as her just being stupid at that time. And
well, we've all said stupid things.
Yeah. And hopefully she doesn't, I mean, she doesn't owe me an apology. I don't expect that. I don't know. It's like, how dare I expect that any of these celebrities give me an apology? Their apology should be sincere into who actually was, was done against.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I can believe that. She always seemed to be a sweet. I never met her, but always seemed sweet. Michael Dorn, though, he was great when I met him.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I said a few weeks ago, when I met him at a Creation Comic-Con in San Diego. I mean, I know it wasn't called Comic-Con back then, but when I met him, he came down in his own plane, had his flight suit on, and we spent a few minutes just talking about it. And, talking about my family history because he was interested. And I said, well, my grandfather flew a B-17 during World War II. He was the captain of his crew. And, it was just, one of those moments.
Yeah.
Even Mayville Barrett, getting a chance to talk with her. And her personally signing. Beautiful lady.
Yeah, she was always sweet to the fans. When I had my lunch with John Delancey, I mean, he was kind of an interesting guy to be with, and he was really more interested in talking about all of us that was there than him. It's like, oh, what do you do for a living, and such? And it's like, oh yeah, I do this, and so on and so forth. And the two others that were at the lunch with me. And yeah, it was, fascinating to be with. But, oh, sure, you really had a lunch with Delancey. I did. If you don't believe me, F off. I don't care.
It's like going to the Fan Fest event for WrestleMania when I went back in 2013 and getting Ted DiBiase's autograph. And he's just being a prick to everybody. It's like, you obviously don't want to be here today, do you?
Probably not. Probably not.
But, like I said, when I mentioned this story before, I just looked at him and I said, have a nice day.
Mhm. It was interesting getting an autograph from Harlan. I did that twice. And but Harlan was an interesting chap when, if you meet him and all, or unfortunately can't anymore, but back then, when
Back
you got
then,
a
you
chance
could.
to meet, yeah. And, it's always interesting with him. I know when I got my autographs from Peter David, there was a guy, well, basically, there was only one guy at his table. It was kind of quiet over there. And a super nerd fanboy, the type. And it's big, huge stack of Hulk comics and all that he wants all these issues signed by Peter David.
Jeez.
Yeah,
Dude.
but I think Peter David's just going with it because there's no one else. But then after just a little bit, he goes, "Here, let me take care of this guy here." And that's when I got my books, and I think he was a little irritated, not at me, but
More at Peter David for stopping when he was doing for his comic books, signing those, and wanted to pay attention to you because you were there, and that guy had been there for a while anyway.
Right? Yeah. But I think Peter David was kind of irritated at that guy, so I was a little bit of a fresh air. But he wasn't necessarily in the mood for talking, and I'm sure this because of
you
that.
can't blame him.
Mm-hmm. And of course, I got my scripts from Peter David's table, and it was his son that sold them to me. But Peter David, not Peter David, but I mean, I'm not. What did I say? Peter David? No, it's not Peter David. It was David Gerald. David Gerald's table, and he had scripts, and I picked up his Babylon 5 script, and then of course I picked up the one he did for Star Trek Next Generation that Roddenberry didn't want to do, and eventually James Cawley did. Fire, what was it, Blood and Fire or something like that? But of course, I'm very interested in what better than to go to the source. So I go almost immediately over to like the comfy seats they had there and start reading through it. I look up and there's David Gerald kind of watching me reading it. And it's like, oh, that's interesting. But of course, then I also had that nice conversation with him and Fred Pohl. So, at that dinner, just like I said, they were talking. I just sat there gobsmacked. Like what? What? I'm here. These guys? Wow. Well, when you're with a lifetime, achievement or whatever for the award or for the Hugos, like Fred Pohl, one of the masters, and he was.
Yeah.
It's like that kind of throws you for a loop a little bit,
Now, did it ever make you nervous to, be there with any of these guys that you met? Was there any one time where you were like, what do I say? What do I do? I hope I don't make a fool out of myself.
Yeah.
Did it ever feel awkward?
Oh, awkward? Oh, well, I think the Peter David
any one of
awkward
those really.
because of the situation.
Yeah.
But nervous. I think Harlan Ellison. You want to watch what you say around Harlan Ellison because you don't want to get him going. But I actually humbled him. I told him I think he's the greatest writer that we have of that. How great of a writer was, and he was humbled by that one. Because I was saying it sincere. I was saying just like I'm saying it to you, and you're still a little nervous. It's like you're afraid to to say something like you never know with Harlan. But yeah, I'd say he was the big nervous one, if there was any that I had.
All right. Now we are going to get into an article real quick before we get out of here, and it's still wrestling related with this article.
Well, yeah, incredibly so.
This man, Ted Turner, Well, he bought WCW, World Championship Wrestling.
Yep.
Of course, it wasn't
And the
called
Brave.
World Championship Wrestling at the time he bought it. It was
Mm-hmm.
the NWA, but without him buying the NWA and making it WCW and then luring Hulk Hogan to that company. Of course, you mentioned the Braves. He was the owner of the Braves.
Mm-hmm.
And during his ownership, the Braves did win the World Series in 95.
But not in 91.
No, that was your Twins.
Yep. You got it.
And that was a hell of a 7-game series.
Oh, tell me about it. Oh, it was like a roller coaster ride, man. But damn, there was some good effing baseball played.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if there was something of that era, in that era of baseball that would be, I think, in the top 5, the 91 World Series, definitely.
Yeah.
It was just insane. 87 was good, don't get me wrong, but 91 was like, I don't know, there was something about that one.
There was something about that series, just that you had two teams that were the worst teams in baseball the previous season
Mm-hmm.
to being in the World Series the next year. It said something, and this article is by Brian Flood, and it's from Fox News. I don't care where we get the articles from, as long as we get an article that has information.
Yeah.
And this one says CNN founder and cable news pioneer Ted Turner dead at 87. I mean, without Ted Turner, there would be no TNT, there would be no TBS, there would be no Turner Classic Movies.
Mm-hmm.
What about the black and white films
Mm-hmm.
being colorized?
Oh, I mean, talk about, that was such a...
That was a controversy.
Oh, it was. Knives were almost drawn. Brick killed a man with a trident.
Yeah, he did. Regardless of what you think of Ted Turner, or regardless of what you think of him and his relationship with Jane Fonda. Remember, they were together.
Yep, and they were still good friends till the end.
Mm-hmm.
Before we continue on, I'm just going to say this. Ted Turner as a man really hacked me off. Really, But as an entrepreneur and a visionary, he was absolutely brilliant. So, I mean, he made many offensive comments about Christians and such like that. In fact, Jane Fonda said the reason why they had a divorce is, because of his viewpoints with Christianity and stuff like that. And, she claiming to be a Christian. And that was one of the big deals. And, it's things like that really, with his hot-headedness and willing to blurt out and say things. Well, that's the man. But the thing is, men like that give us brilliant things, or know how to reshape things so they're better. And so I'm going to say that. I mean, the good and the bad. Did I blow everybody off? Wow. Mike,
No,
you there?
I'm still here. I just was giving that pause just in case you had anything else to say.
Oh, no, that's about what at this moment. But
right.
I just wanted to get that out of the way. I thought it would be fair to say. But again, I'm not going out there and smearing him. Ted Turner was Ted Turner.
Yeah. CNN founder and business mogul Ted Turner has died at 87. Turner pioneered the media industry with the creation of a 24-hour cable news network in 1980. Turner revealed a diagnosis of Lewy body dementia in 2018. The degenerative disease caused memory problems and exhaustion.
He died peacefully and was surrounded by a family, according to CNN.
I always hate hearing dementia or Alzheimer's
Mm-hmm.
because he used that brain so much, and then it fails you, just like Terry Bollea's body failed him.
Mm-hmm. Ted Turner's vision for 24-hour cable news transformed the media industry and gave viewers everywhere a front seat to witness history unfold. His impact as a trailblazer has left an incredible mark on our cultural landscape. He was a great American and friend. Chairman Artemis of Fox Corporation and News Corp, Rupert Murdoch, said in a statement.
Emeritus, by the way.
Oh, I knew I was going to be corrected. I knew I said it wrong the moment I said it.
Hey, it's what we do for each other.
I know. I was secretly going, come on, Baron, let it slide. Let it slide. Everyone else, let it slide.
Not on that one. Not on that one.
We don't do that. We don't do that here. We correct each other. Born in Cincinnati, Ohio, Turner made his fortune first through advertising in the state of Georgia before starting his media empire. Turner entered the television business in 1970 when he acquired Atlanta independent UHF station Channel 17. According to Turner Enterprises website, in 1976, he purchased Major League Baseball's Atlanta Braves and launched TBS, which launched the Superstation concept. Of course, remember back then where you can turn on TBS and watch Braves baseball with Harry Carey's son, the late Skip Carey, as one of the broadcasters during that time.
Yeah, I mean, well, you know, we'll just hold off and with these accolades till later, but after this, so I'll shut up now.
In 1980, Turner forever changed cable and the way Americans consume information when he launched CNN, the first live 24-hour news network. But the media pioneer wasn't finished, and he went on to launch CNN Headline News, CNN International, TNT, the Cartoon Network, and Turner Classic Movies. Ted Turner, one of the greatest of all time, just died. He founded CNN, sold it, and was personally devastated by the deal because the new ownership took CNN, his baby, and destroyed it, President Donald Trump wrote on Truth Social. It became woke and everything that he is not all about. Maybe the new buyers, wonderful people, will be able to bring it back to its former credibility and glory, Trump continued. Regardless, however, one of the greats of broadcast history and a friend of mine, whenever I needed him, he was there, always willing to fight for a good cause. And there he is with Jane Fonda.
2017?
Yeah. Turner's company merged with Time Warner Inc. in 1996, 30 years ago. And Time Warner merged with AOL in 2001. Turner departed the company in 2003 and stepped down from the board in 2005. Ted was an intensely involved and committed leader, intrepid, fearless, and always willing to back a hunch and trust his own judgment, CNN CEO Mark Thompson said in a statement. He was and always will be the presiding spirit of CNN, Thompson added. Ted is the giant on whose shoulders we stand, and we all take a moment today to recognize him and his impact on our lives and the world. Turner was also one of America's most influential philanthropists and conversationists. And he was named Time Magazine's Man of the Year in 1991 for his impact on the world. Turner, also an internationally known yachtsman, founded the United Nations Foundation. Turner's ownership is often credited with the rise of the Atlanta Braves national fan base thanks to
its presence on TBS. After struggles through the 1980s, the Braves became one of baseball's most successful teams in the 1990s and brought home Atlanta's first major league sports championship with their 1995 World Series title victory over the then Cleveland Indians. I'm just bringing in that part since I didn't put that part in.
Obviously.
The Braves played at Turner Field, named in their owner's honor from 1997 to 2016. That's a short lifespan for any major league ballpark.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, it was used in the 1996 Summer Olympics that were held in Atlanta.
Yeah. They tore down part of it. Yeah. Part of it was designed to be able to be torn down fast.
Yep. Yeah.
So then they can build on to the other side.
Mm-hmm.
But it's one of those little sneaky things where, okay, the taxpayers get to pay for another stadium. And
yeah, they got the raw end of the deal.
Mm-hmm.
The stadium was formerly Centennial Olympic Stadium during the 1996 Summer Olympic Games in Atlanta, which I already mentioned.
It wasn't even in the good part of town. The
No.
whole Olympics was not in the good part of town.
No. Fulton County is not a safe part of Atlanta. No.
We took a drive there before the Olympics and such like that, and we went through where this was all supposed to be taking place, or they're starting to work on it or whatnot. And it's like, you got to be effing kidding me. The streets are so narrow. Everything looks like it's run down. This is where you're going to have.
Yeah. We went across country in 97. Stopped in Atlanta. Stopped in Fulton County. Saw the remains of the old stadium. And also saw the new stadium being prepared for the upcoming season. I mean, it was still a little ways to go because they were still clearing debris from what they took away from the Centennial part, but still, they were working on it.
Yeah. I mean, I think it was an ingenious plan, though, to have make it so part of it was ready to be able to take down fast, so, and the other part, solid structure, and at least you're not destroying everything, then building it all up again. So I have to admit, there's a little bit of thought in that one. I have to applaud to that.
Warner Brothers Discovery CEO David Zaslav, who oversees CNN's current parent company, praised Turner as a visionary. Ted's entrepreneurial spirit, creative ambition, and willingness to take risks changed the media industry forever. He believed deeply in the power of ideas, in doing things differently, and in building platforms that could inform, inspire, and connect people around the world. That belief inspired generations of leaders, myself included. He did not just disrupt media, he transformed it, Zaslav said in a memo to staffers. In 1980, many questioned the logic of launching CNN, the world's first 24-hour news network. Ted believed the world deserved access to news as it happened. He acted on that conviction. CNN fundamentally changed how the world experiences history in real time, and its impact on journalism continues to be felt every day through the work of our teams, he continued. I mean, I still think about it. You know, I was in 6th grade when Desert Storm happened.
Oh, yeah.
And we were watching CNN to get round the clock updates.
Yeah, I mean, Wolf Blitzer, and I can't remember who the
Christina,
other guy
is. There was also Christina. I forget her last name.
I'm a poor Christina. No. And you had the black guy. Sadly, he passed away a few years back. But they were all in Baghdad, reporting live from there as you saw things dropping down on from our forces. It's like it was such a surreal. It's like war in real time, and like those the shorts that you saw in the theaters in the 40s. It's like, except instead of being like weeks or months, this is real time.
Mm-hmm.
And how Schwarzkopf just played them.
Yeah,
he played them.
He wasn't going to let them know what's going on, what our next move was going to be.
Yeah, so
because then the enemy would know.
Yeah, they were watching CNN, and there was so he was giving fake information. They were mad at that. How dare you give us this fake information? And basically replied just like you. I'm going to give away our playbook to him.
And Tim brings up the fact that on TBS you had shows that Once Upon a Time, kids, started at 4:05 p.m. Eastern or 4:35 p.m. Eastern, not 4 o'clock, not 4:30, 4:35, and so on.
Yeah, that was one of the things I was going to talk about at the end. I was going to say the biggest crime they should have been brought in front of the Hague for crimes against humanity, particularly the United States and the children of the United States, is starting shows 5 minutes late. Starting on the 5s.
Yeah,
I always hated that. Oh,
I wasn't a fan of it either when you had other networks starting right on time. Then here's TBS. Okay, 5 minutes later. All right, they're finally starting.
Yep, and I know exactly why. It's like, well, you tune to my show and on my network here, and by the time you get done watching it, well, 5 minutes the other one, you just might as well stay here and live in the world of 5s.
And Tim says he misses Braves baseball on TBS, and here's the pitch, and that's a chopper to Chipper Jones.
What are you doing, Kermit the Frog?
That's kind of how Skip Carey sounded. I think kind of.
Okay. I almost sounded like Kermit.
I can't
line drive.
I can't really do a good impression of Skip Carey like I could of his father, but tonight my throat just doesn't want to do it.
No, don't ask me to do anything.
Holy cow!
Hi ho, Kermit the Frog here.
Yeah,
I know that was horrible, but no, I don't care.
But it says Ted's influences woven throughout Warner Brothers Discovery. The brands he built and championed remain central to who we are, and they continue to reflect his belief in creative risk, cultural impact, and global reach. Through CNN, TMC, Turner Sports, and across our portfolio, his vision remains present in the work our teams do every day. Turner was also broadcasting in cable's Man of the Century in 1999 and one of the time 100 world's most influential people in 2009. He received the 2011 Palazzo Strozzi Foundation's Renaissance Man of the Year Award, the Overseas Press Club Lifetime Achievement Award in 2012, and was honored by the National Academy of Television Arts and Sciences with the Lifetime Achievement Award at the 35th Annual Sports Emmy Awards in 2014. He was an American trailblazer, Fox News anchor Bill Hemmer said Wednesday. Turner is survived by 5 children, 14 grandchildren, and 2 great-grandchildren. He was married 3 times, including to actress Jane Fonda, with whom he remained close even after their divorce in 2001. Of course, I didn't really expect them to mention that he went into the wrestling business, but
yeah,
you can't deny the fact that if it wasn't for Ted Turner buying WCW, Hulk Hogan would have never been there. He probably would have still been filming movies and TV shows.
Yeah, which probably would have been better for him. Yeah, I mean, again, whatever him personally you think about him, separate that from his visionary. I mean, this was radical thinking at that time. The people who were running things, programming things, whatever, were kind of like today, so narrow-minded. The blinders were really tight. They couldn't get outside the box. Whatever you want to sit back and see, they were basically chaining themselves down. And of course, then he has CNN come along and really, boom, it's like, oh, what's this? It's all this news. Taking, I thought it was higher up the channel list than it was, but taking channel 17 WTBS, because for my youth, that's what it was. Atlanta's Superstation, WTBS.
Yeah,
because there was
same with me.
Yeah, because they were still airing it, being over air in Atlanta, but then it was also broadcasting on the cable, which of course gave WGN in Chicago the same thing. Chicago Superstation, WGN, which was great. Having these two stations in two different towns, so you could see the flavor and the differences between the two, and that was groundbreaking. Who would want to sit back and watch another TV station from Atlanta? No one wanted that, or no one wanted from Chicago. And of course, look how many baseball games, Bozo the Clown, all the good entertainment, even being able to catch their news to see what's going on. So
again, if it wasn't for super stations like TBS and then WGN, you wouldn't have as many Brave fans as you have. You wouldn't have as many Cub fans as you had. So,
amen.
Both fan bases owe it to Ted Turner.
Yeah, exactly. Even though he didn't own anything with the WGN, but they were able to follow along, and they were able to take that and go with it. They were inspired by him, and whatnot. The thing I always watched was the headline news more than the actual CNN, except when there was stuff that you wanted to get a little bit more from. But inadvertently, what? This was basically a very primordial ooze, I should say, of entertainment, because this was basically starting streaming.
Yeah, it was. And you mentioned headline news. That's how I would catch up on the news of the day, because it was usually 30-minute segments. So all the important news was discussed.
Right. That would give you the what was all that, and then boom, if you needed more, you could go to CNN itself proper, if they were going to go and have more details about that situation, especially the thing that really gave it its boost, the Gulf War. I mean, how many people watched the Challenger explosion on CNN and the ongoing coverage there? Because there were 24 hours.
Well, also, you can't forget about James Earl Jones. This is CNN.
This is CNN. Yeah. He claims he didn't even remember doing it. I found that funny. Someone brought it up to him. He goes about him doing it. I don't even remember that. And I believe him, because I'm sure he had a lot of microphones and stuff shoved in front of his face to use his voice for.
Yeah, James, you're going to record this for this station. You're going to do this for that station.
Right. Exactly. And our product, they're selling chicken here. Can you do a good thing? And we're selling a car here. Can you do, or we just need your voice for an animated thing, or whatever. But yeah, I mean, this is the start of streaming, where you could just sit down, turn on the TV, and wait. You have that 30 minutes going over and over again on headline, are, boom, obviously longer, more complex with CNN itself. And then, you had the ones that followed. Well, now we got the Weather Channel. Now we got, all weather all the time.
Mm-hmm.
One of the first things I turned on in the morning when I got up in the late 80s, early 90s, especially when I was working for the airlines, I turned that on and get, as I'm getting ready, listening, because I had TV in my room, listening to what they were all saying, what was going, the weather and all that. And okay, got my fill, had my favorite weather ladies there too, to watch. Got my fix, went to work. No, he kicked in open doors. If you, yeah, this is seeing them pay me now. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, I will always want to clamor to go back to those days. Yeah. Always was on in the airports.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
It was.
A lot of deals were made with that.
It absolutely was.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I used to watch CNN all the time. I used to watch Fox. I used to
Yep.
watch local news. I didn't care if it was ABC, NBC, CBS, local Fox station. And now I don't watch any of them.
Yeah. It's gotten that bad. I mean, Wolf Blitzer was never that bad back in the day. He knew which way he leaned, but he wasn't that bad back then.
Yeah.
Now he's an absolute fucking lunatic. Is he even still alive? I don't know.
I can look it up.
I thought I heard him say something the other day. I don't know.
I think he is, but
Yeah, he's still around. He's still around. Yeah, because I thought I heard him shooting his mouth off the other day. It's like, are you still the same Wolf Blitzer I remember back in 91?
yeah. Yeah, he is. But rest in peace to Ted Turner, of course. Rest in peace to the late Terry Bollea, famously known as Hulk Hogan. And my final thoughts on this documentary, Baron, is that it's definitely worth watching.
Yeah.
As a wrestling fan, you should sit down and watch it. Even if Hogan wasn't your guy, I still think it's worth watching. With WWE having their fingerprints, yes, it's sanitized. But it's interesting to hear what someone like Jesse the Body Ventura has to say, even before you find out when he actually recorded his portion of the documentary about Hogan, and even Bret Hart, although there's that time where Bret Hart doesn't hold back. But this is definitely a documentary that somebody should watch if they're interested, even if they're not a wrestling fan. Watch it, and I would give it a 4.5 out of 5.
Oh, you rate higher than me. Okay.
Well, I wasn't expecting it to be as well done as it was. Yeah, I still feel there are parts that were sanitized, but I was going to let that affect my score all that much.
No, I think that's what lowered my score to just a 4 buckets of popcorn. Because it especially when you got later on, it started getting where you could really tell was starting to get a little sanitized. There was a lot of gritty stuff leading up to it, and it's like, oh, now we're going to talk about the Mighty Vince and stuff like that. And
I would have loved to have heard more from Vince McMahon, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
I know Vince isn't with the WWE right now. He's not with TKO Holdings, but still, he was the man in charge of WWF, WWE during Hulkster's popularity. So,
right, exactly. Well, I mean, they were working together on a lot of stuff. They might not necessarily really like each other, but that it depends on, I suppose, the stage of their relationship. But They knew how to work with each other.
And Tim, I know that, but you can tell, and yes, I know WWE has its working relationship right now with Raw being on Netflix, but you can tell when WWE forced their hand in, saying we're going to talk about this, we're only
Right.
going to talk about this segment for a little while. So yes, I am
Yeah.
aware of that. It's obvious, Tim.
Right. Yeah. I mean, we're just pointing out the
Pointing out
pointing,
what we would have rather have seen instead of a sanitized version of what we did see.
right. And but we're still rating this very high. I mean, for a bucket of popcorns for me. It's uh, three is good, is still good, but it's like okay, it's okay. So I thought this was a really well done and well polished one. Even when they were talking to the Hulkster himself, and yeah, I and it kind of gets to you a little bit. When it comes to the
Not saying it doesn't
Yep.
get to me a little bit, but also I know where my allegiances lie. You can say what you will about the man, but I still am a fan of the Macho Man Randy Savage, and there ain't no doubt about that. Yeah.
Yep.
But I respect Hogan for one thing. He put wrestling on the map. WWE wouldn't have had WrestleMania 42 in Las Vegas for the second year in a row without Hulk Hogan, without Roddy Piper, without Mr. Wonderful Paul Orndorff, and Mr. T, and so many others at WrestleMania 1.
Right. What we celebrate is their characters.
Mm-hmm.
And we just take a look at the players, and which is two different things. And we know all of them have flaws. And we know WWE wants to make sure it keeps, their image looking still good. They know things have to be touched on, but just do it with kid gloves, please. So, maybe it's a little bit better that we got a little bit more than if with Vince being out of there,
Mm-hmm.
that they're able to brush it a little bit more. But yeah, it is what you would expect.
Yeah,
especially with the fact that Netflix has WWE now.
Mm-hmm. And they have Monday Night Raw here in the U.S., but they have all the pay-per-views, and I think they even have SmackDown internationally too. So they have Raw and SmackDown over there for those folks, and so yeah, certain things are going to be discussed, and certain things are going to be completely ignored.
Mm-hmm.
And it may not sound like I enjoyed the documentary, but I did. I'm just pointing out what I would have liked to have seen a little more of.
I'll be right back.
Okay. But while we wait for Baron to come back, I am going to go ahead and thank everybody who stopped in and said hello, or also Bad Steven for gifting 10 Pacific414 memberships. Of course, I also want to say thank you to Shane. I want to say thank you to Maxine of Arc, Sith Tracks, of course, Rocco the Brave, who received one of those memberships. And Rocco the Brave also gave a $5 super chat. Scott Westbrook, thank you for becoming a new member of the channel. Really appreciate it. Of course, it was good to see Conda. And it's also good to see Anthony Mazzano. Good to see you again. And of course, those memberships went to, I have to scroll up here so I can get to them. So just bear with me
as I get to those memberships, because I will read them off. And I will get to work to adding those folks to the end credit for this weekend's The Adventure Continues, a Star Trek discussion, but I will go into further discussion about that once Baron gets back, in case he has something that he would like to promote.
Hi, Pookie. I know you're watching. I saw you watching when I went by you. Had to take a run, go by the living room, and there you were talking. It's like, oh, Mike's here. No, he's on the television. Okay. Can you imagine being on the 60-some inch flat screen television? I mean,
oh wow, wow! It's a good thing I don't show my face. Oh gosh, that would freak everyone out, including your wife.
Yeah, she's seen you, I think. Yeah, she does. Only one she hasn't seen is Cashmoney, who hides himself because that chin, that mighty chin. It's always that damn chin.
Those memberships went to Kevin and Man. They also went to Mason Envy. Also Red Horror. War Dog Chopper, also known as Chopper Dan. Darmouth got a membership tonight, thanks to Fat Steven. Copa X Machina got a membership. Rocco the Brave. It's Puddle Jumper. Brandon Gass. Penny. And of course, Scott Westbrook signed up for a Pacific414 membership. So welcome to all the new members here on the channel. And
you can't forget the one that Fats said personally, penis.
Yeah. He really had to put that in. I was being sincere in my compliment to him.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Saying thank you. What does he do? He ruins the moment, man.
He doesn't like he
doesn't like praise. He doesn't like praise. He hates it when people do it. I've heard him say it.
Remind me to tell the FU story sometime again with him. It's one of my favorite stories.
Yeah.
One of my favorite stories.
Baron, do you have anything coming up?
Not at this moment here. I get to go see my dominatrixes tomorrow. So
again,
I mean, I walk twice a week. Yeah, that's what I'm for. So
wow,
I walk through the door, they see me, and they go instantly to get put on those latex outfits and masks and that that's it for me for about an hour. So.
From what I heard, they put on the mask first.
Well, they still can see through them. It's not like a gimp would. They got to see what they're doing.
I know, that was terrible of me.
It was horrible of you. I said, I'm offended. I'm offended. Are you offended? I'm offended. I'm going to dye my hair blue and be
fine.
overly
Go ahead.
offended.
Go ahead, be offended.
But no, I get to see my lovely dominatrixes tomorrow, and so does the long suffering. I think this is the last time she goes twice a week. And then it's now once a week for her, which is great. It means that she's getting better and better.
Good.
But I still had two because I got more dense. One, especially right between my eyes, I got one there.
I bet. I bet.
Yeah.
Hell, I know
it. Which way do I go now, George?
You talk about Jesse Ventura being
Yeah.
That's a pot called in the kettle black.
Yeah. I gotta find that CD and play it for you though. Like KQRS, just skewering them. It's hysterical.
But nothing coming up. Nothing popping up on other channels like Pops and.
Well, we did that. Like I said, Monday we did that. I don't know how soon until it goes out to the members, and then 3 or so or 5 days later it goes out to the public. And the movie that we talked about is, I think, in the next day or two here, will be, because the movie is in public domain.
Mm-hmm.
So Pops puts these movies on his channel in public domain, and the movie we watch, I'll give the surprise, because then you can watch the movie either before or after we talk about it, and you can follow along and watch that and see if we're right or not. And that movie is The Last Man on Earth with Vincent Price, an adaptation of the book. The adaptation of the book, the first adaptation of I Am Legend by Richard Matheson. I'm having problems with the first name. It's that Dent, but who wrote many episodes of the Twilight Zone. He wrote the, I believe it was when Kirk gets split in half. The it's past my bedtime, folks. That episode of Star Trek, the Richard Matheson.
Looks like.
Well, yeah, it was when Kirk gets split in half. The good side, the good and the bad.
The evil Finn.
Yeah, thank you. I was trying to reach for it, man, and it kept on going. Oh, almost had it. Oh, almost had it. Oh, almost had it.
Well, this file's not loaded. This file's corrupted.
You know what happened? Windows had an update that happened in my brain, just like it did on my computer. And I'm trying to get...
Really? Windows had an update for an operating system that old, huh?
Yeah. Well,
I mean, I know I should be talking, but
yeah. Well, did you have one on your? My computer had one, and I'm still trying to get it back.
Mine had a small update.
Oh, that thing frilled my computer up, man. Still is kind of messing around with me, but I think it's getting better now. It usually takes a couple restarts and a couple days for the computer to go, okay, I'm better now.
Huh? What, George? You want me to process what?
Yeah, but until then, it's like me. The computer's like me. Almost had it. Almost had it.
What?
I'm not going to recognize your SSD extra drive in there. You're going to have to do a restart for that. It's like really. But how did we get there? How
do we always get here, Baron?
I don't know.
It happens every edition of Pop Talk.
Yeah, every freaking episode.
It's like clockwork.
Of course. That's why people appreciate us. Yep. But no, The Last Man on Earth. So when that comes available on Pops' channel, watch it. And then you can watch Pops and I talking about it. So, and just to let people know, I did watch the movie twice in a row. There's a black and white one, and then there was a color one that they did up, which is on, which I think is what maybe he's got the black and white one, not the colorized one. Mm-hmm. And then there's another colorized one done by Riff Tracks. And so I watched the black and white, and then I watched the Riff Tracks.
Why not? If it's available, it's in public domain. Why not?
Yeah. Tubi. If you want to, Tubi. You can run over to Tubi and watch it. And you have all three versions available to you there. So, and then let us know if Pops and I are full of it or not. Of course, catch the other ones that we have on there. And, of course, Mike's appearance on there and Cash's appearance on there.
Yeah.
So
the last one Pops and I did, and it's up there, is when we talked about Nuremberg.
Yeah. I'm about to watch that one. It's like, oh, that's right. Mike's got that Nuremberg one, but something pops up like me going off to the dominatrixes or something.
And you're gonna tell them, yeah, this is my crazy co-host. He calls himself the host of the show, but he's crazy. He's got a fan.
Yeah. Well, you know what? I kind of felt sad. Yeah, Tuesday I wore my Baron Oran Tagge's Fandom Legacy T-shirt, and nobody asked about it.
I'm sorry to hear
I've
that.
had more people. I have more people asking about the Jack Death shirt I got. Baron Oran Tagge's fandom legacy. Oh well.
I'm sorry to hear that, man.
Yeah, it keeps me grounded. I would have thought one of my dominatrixes would ask. And this long suffering said, told him, hey, ladies, don't ask about the shirt.
Don't you dare! Don't you dare!
Don't you dare!
Stop it right now! Stop it right now! You ask him, he's gonna go on for hours.
Exactly. Save yourselves. Save everybody around. And don't ask him.
Zip it. Hey, DJ, good to see you, brother.
Well,
how you doing tonight?
Yeah, fam down legacy. DJ.
I don't know the way you talk about your appointment and how they get you and the long suffering's bodies moving in positions even you didn't think you could do. It's like, wow, a good time has had Viola, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, when they throw me on the rack and start turning the gears, that's just amazing. All the pops I hear and my body doing things I thought would never happen. Yeah, that rack is amazing.
I bet. But anything else?
No, that's about it. That's enough shenanigans for me. And of course, DJ has to come in now. It's like, DJ, where were you, man?
People are busy, man.
We miss you. Yeah, but we missed him. We missed Turtles.
But
he's here
again, I do appreciate everybody who stopped by. Now, as far as what's coming up on the channel for tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern for both Blaze, YouTube, and Rumble, I'll be playing more Black Myth Wukong. I said it last night, Baron. I'm getting to the point where I just want to finish that game.
You were having a bad time when I was watching the other night. Oh, those bosses were just, especially that last boss that you had that with.
You were in the VC last Thursday.
Yeah, I was in it. Yeah, I was in there.
When I was fighting those two bosses and how long it took me to finally beat the boss and how close I came to beating the boss before. And then it's like trying to go through it all again and not screw up and then end up screwing up.
That pissed me off. You were just so close, man. Just so close. And they effed you over. It's like, oh, come on.
Well, that game's unforgiving. It really is. That's why I've told myself, don't lose your cool when you play that game. It's easy to do.
Cash and I need to sneak into your Discord again. And
you guys are welcome to join me tomorrow night if you're available.
Okay.
Although I don't know what condition you're going to be after you see the two dominatrixes. No, he goes in for the physical therapies, ladies and gentlemen, but he likes to call them his dominatrixes.
Yep. I'm an alpha. I'm an alpha male. I'm not a beta boy. I'm not a soy boy.
You sure about that? You sure about that?
Well, my dominatrix is.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
I might do a little switch there, but
that's what I thought. All talk, and that's all it ever is.
The one's small enough. And I'm not kidding here. I'm not kidding here.
He's small enough. He can kiss your ass.
Well, yeah, they could kick my ass no matter what. But I'd almost wish that she'd walk on my back. You've seen those Japanese. Yeah. It's like, oh, you would be perfect just to walk up and down my back. It would make my back feel so good. But how do you ask that without sounding creepy?
Baron, you sound creepy. Trust me.
Yeah. But the other one has the massage machines, and she knows how to use it. So,
Well, I mean, and you asked that question next thing. I know you're going to be on national news. And a Minnesota man was arrested today.
I go again.
And I'm going to go, well, he won't be on Pop Talk.
Hey, if Lyndon LaRouche could run for president behind bars, I can do Pop Talk behind bars.
Sure you can. Sure you can. But tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, more Black Myth Wukong, part 14 of the stream. It's been one of those things where what you see on stream is what I've only done on stream. I have done a lot of things offline, but if I were to do everything in that game on stream, it'd be going on forever. And like I said, I'm getting to the point where I just want to finish the game.
This game is his dominatrix. This game is making him.
I've been playing it since late October, early November,
Yeah.
Baron.
Yeah, I know. You know, this. He took a little bit of a break and came back to it, which kind of surprised me because I thought you had been done with it. It's like, what? He's doing Wukong again? Wukong! Again?
Remember, one of the reasons I took that break is because every time I tried to use the Windstone, it would glitch.
Mm-hmm.
So I had to wait until they released a patch. And then once they released a patch that fixed it, I was able to go through and beat that boss again. Granted, it was offline, like some of the bosses have been beaten in the game. But went back to it. And now I just want to be done with it.
Yeah, I don't blame you. You got to be close, though. Be close.
I'm in chapter 5, all right, and I was scouting ahead to see what bosses are coming up next, and the boss at the end of this chapter, which I may or may not get to tomorrow night, but man, that's going to be a bitch.
Oh my. Is it two physical therapists who are dominatrices too?
No, it's one boss, but after you beat it in its first form, it goes into another form and it has a very long range of attack. So,
you're host, man. You're host.
Oh, thanks for the vote of confidence, man.
Well, that is one. I mean, I could have said something else that wouldn't have been so empowering, you know.
Just say, "Fuck it, Mike."
Mike, have you ever thought about maybe just going to another game and consider this done?
I want to finish it. I've gotten this far in the game, Baron. Some people haven't even gotten that far. I had somebody come by one time when I was playing it saying they only made it to chapter 2 when they gave up.
Oh. Well, this game is making a monkey of you.
Hardy, har. Well, you know what? Maybe I should send you to a planet that no Federation starship is allowed to go to. How would you like that for Saturday?
My imagination would be great. I'd probably freak out those poor guys if they go in there and it's like, we have to do this for him. No. Heads popping.
Because Baron will be joining not just myself, but also Spock's Friday Nights this Saturday night at 6 p.m. Eastern as we talk about and watch. And I invite you all to join us to talk about and watch it with us, the original pilot for Star Trek, The Cage. And this version, as I've said before, but for anyone who hasn't heard me say it, this version has the introduction from Star Trek creator Gene Roddenberry. And when it starts off the episode, the parts that weren't used in the episode The Menagerie are in black and white, while the parts that were used in The Menagerie are in color.
Yeah, this is the one that came out in 1985, the first time it came out.
86.
I know it's been
86.
86. My apologies. Yeah, 86. And I know it's not all color and stuff like that, but you'll see it how we first saw it. and then you'll get a good idea what was actually cut out, because again, that's in black and white.
And then, of course,
this.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, I recorded it off of pay-per-view, and I told you the other week I found the actual cassette tape of that.
Mm-hmm. And then Sunday at 6 p.m. Eastern will be the 500th episode of Pacific414 Pop Talk. Started that on August 3rd of 2001, and Sunday, 500 episodes later. I can't believe it, Baron.
No, I can't either. Wow.
Damn, time just flew by.
Didn't it, though? Didn't it?
But I didn't do it alone. I had a lot of people come by, a lot of people support in the beginning, and a lot of those people are still supporting even now. So
I didn't support back then.
Oh, you're full of shit.
What? I wasn't even really on YouTube at that time when you started Pop Talk.
Liar. Liar. You
What
are
do you
liar.
mean?
You are liar.
You had, there's a whole chunk of episodes without me before.
Yeah. No shit. I mean, yeah, there's a few without me, few and far between, but those episodes are Pacific414 Pirate Talk. And it's still Pop Talk.
Mm-hmm. No.
But starting off with just myself, then having Chaos, also known as TKO, join me. The Smoking Patriot joined me from time to time. It's where I first met Anonymous. Of course, I first met you on Doomcock, and I can remember when I was celebrating 100 subscribers. You sent me a message because we'd been following each other by then, and you'd seen my post about it. You said you said, "Do you have room?" I said, "Yeah, I have room."
Mm-hmm. See how I am? You let me up, please?
No, you asked, and that's the one thing I've always asked. So that's why last week and even this week, I put a post and I'm asking anyone who's interested, if you'd like to come on for Sunday's show, let me know. DM me on X, DM me in Discord if you're part of the Discord, or if we're friends on Discord. If we're not, send me a message with a DM saying, it's so-and-so Mike. I'd like to join you guys on Sunday. Granted, I want people to be adults. And, if for some reason I can't get you on for Sunday, just know I'll get you on for a future edition of Pop Talk. And also, channel members are more than welcome to join, because I am going to put a link for channel members to join Sunday's show too, if they want to join. Ooh. It's not going to count against the member stream, because this is what I'm willing to do for the channel members and all the new channel members. On the 16th, there's a big fight coming on.
Yeah.
Gina Carano versus Ronda Rousey. We're watching that.
Gina.
Oh, of course, you guys can still talk about what you want to talk about, but we're watching that.
Yeah. None like watching two women beat the absolute daylights out of each other.
I want to see what some of the other fights are going to be. I mean, I still think back to the Logan Paul and Tyson fight. The boxing match between the two women before that was so much better.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of the lead-up stuff is sometimes better than the main show. So it's like, but some people just don't see it that way. It's like they don't care about the other one. They just want to see the main show. It's like, what you're missing here, right? How can you say that you're a fan of the sport if you don't, watch it? The other stuff. So
But yes, that will be the member stream that night. And one of the reasons why that's going to be the member stream for that night is because I know what we're watching the next night. And yes, Baron, we are going to start the show an hour early that Sunday night on the 17th.
Da 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 da.
Because what do I make sure to tell people when they come into the chat? And DJ's done it. Several other people have done it. Sorry, I'm late. Sorry, I'm late.
A wizard is never late. Nor is he early. He arrives precisely when he means to.
Hey, I've stopped shaving my feet to be ready for this. So
Yeah, I bet you've been walking around.
Hairy.
Bet you've been walking around barefoot too.
I always do at home. Always do. I'm just like a fat old hobbit.
But yes, so for this coming Sunday, it's going to be the 500th episode of Pop Talk. On the 13th, we're going to be watching Seven Psychopaths. If anyone is interested in watching that movie. But other than that, this edition of Pop Talk is final. And again, thank you to everybody who stopped by, whether you watched, listened, and lurked on YouTube, Rumble, or Blaze, or you became a new member tonight. Thank you. And as always, remember two things on Pacific414. One, I'm not just a baseball guy, I'm an all-around guy. But number two, especially number two for tomorrow, whenever I'm playing a game, don't ever give up on me playing that game, because just when you do, you might miss something.
I almost did.
Take care, all.
Autobots, transform and roll out!